सब एनिमीज को एक साथ नॉकआउट करना पड़ता है। जिसमें दम हो खुद को अनलीश करने का, वो हर चैलेंज को कॉन्कर करता है। जो सेट करते हैं अपने पैशन की टोन, वो खुद को अनलीश करके कहते हैं ब्रिंग इट ऑन। तो फिर अब जीत ऑन रिपीट का नारा लगेगा, क्योंकि गेमबर्ड पर सिर्फ ई गेमिंग का डंका बजेगा। ये पैशन की टोन, यहाँ ई टूर्नामेंट्स और स्ट्रीमिंग का है सीन ऑन। सो विद गेमबर्ड, ब्रिंग इट ऑन।
Finding match. Spike planted.
Hello and welcome everybody. Welcome back to Red Bull Campus Clutch. It's been a long and hard journey. It's been very difficult for all the students that have been battling it out. But now you get to witness the action right here live on stream, exclusively provided by GameBird, of course. I'm Waldady, joined by Talha, who goes by Taltris. So, you know what? I think there needs to be a bit of a summary about what's been going on, right? I mean, Red Bull Campus Clutch, huge event. Tell me a little bit about it.
I mean, I personally think it's a brilliant initiative. I think there should be more initiatives like this. So, Red Bull Campus Clutch, I mean, it started a few years around, and to date, it has empowered more than 50,000 students. It's an international platform. So, it's, you know, it's all across the world, you know, students coming in, competing, finding, you know, something to do, hobbies outside of, you know, just their studies that they must get tired of. And it pays out very well as well. In the LAN finals, you know, they get to travel out. Last year, it was in Madrid. This year is going to be on an international country as well. So I personally think it's a brilliant initiative. I mean, so many students, so many universities, anyone that's enrolled in a program can join, can participate, and overall, just absolutely it all just comes together.
Yeah, definitely. And the international part is big, right? Because this is where we directly related to Pakistan in the context of things. Last year, Pakistan had a team as well. Incredible players. But this time around, a lot of these players didn't make the cut, right? बहुत मुश्किल qualifiers थे. थोड़ा सा बताओ मुझे, qualifiers में क्या हुआ है?
I mean, qualifiers, I mean, obviously, you know, there, like you mentioned, a lot of brilliant players out there. Not everyone was able to make it. But we had more than 150 teams register. That is an absurd number. And it just goes to show, I mean, you know, there are a lot of students enrolled, and there are a lot of gamers out there, you know, in a country like Pakistan that's like plagued with internet issues, connectivity issues, not a lot of opportunities. At the same time, you have brands such as Red Bull Campus Clutch, you have brands such as GameBird who are empowering these gamers, who are creating that esports ecosystem to give to the gaming community so that these guys can go forward. So 150 teams registered for the event. We went through quite a lot of matches, a lot of qualifiers, and in the end we came with 4 teams. There's Salt Esports, there's Team Snakes, there's PPeaks, and there's Team Genesis.
Absolutely. Now, quick correction there for a second. I know that a lot of people जो qualifiers पूरे देखते हुए आ रहे हैं, जो लोग privately follow कर रहे हैं qualifiers को, उन्होंने वो team Snakes को जानते होंगे, लेकिन last minute change, they've changed their name to Team Mystics. So just wanted to get that out of the way so we wouldn't have any confusions. But yeah, so you know what? Let's head straight into the matchups for today. We're going to be going through the semifinals. Semifinals are going to be best of 1, and the grand finals, which will be broadcasted immediately after the semis, will be a best of 3. So tell me.
I mean, I'm personally very interested in seeing what they have to store. There was a bit of hiatus in the Valorant scene in Pakistan, especially after Galaxy Racer. I mean, we did have, you know, GameBird, it has an all one-stop solution for gaming. So there was an event that they held in Ramadan, in which I believe it was one of the big 3 that ended up winning the event. I think it was Team Snakes, which is now Team Mystic. So we do have two of the big three actually competing. There's Salt Esports, which is now the oldest organization in Valorant Pakistan. There's Team Snake, which is comprised of, what we used to call the kings of Valorant in Pakistan. With HSB isn't playing in it, but more or less the lineup is still the same. You still have Shooter, you still have King, you still have some of those players that you know and love. So I'm personally hoping that one of these two teams will be able to take it. And despite of the fact that there was a bit of a hiatus, these teams, they've still been competing. Despite of the lack of tournaments these days, they've still been competing in India. They've gone through the Conquerors Championship, they've gone through multiple Sky Esports Championships, and much like last time, Team Snakes, they lost out in the Sky Esports tournament against Enigma Gaming, and Enigma Gaming is a powerhouse in Indian Valorant. So, it's the scene. It's going to keep going no matter what. That's why initiatives like this, they're really needed, because you really need to fuel the flame that burns within these guys.
Absolutely, and with all this history, now it is finally time for these 4 teams to have their mettle tested. Straight into the brackets we go to get a chance to look at some of the action that'll be coming our way. So, first up, semifinals, Salt Esports versus PPeaks. And the next one will be Team Genesis versus Team Mystic. Now, I know that Team Genesis versus Team Mystic is a pretty big underdog matchup, but I want you to talk to me a little bit about this first semifinals, because let's be honest, there is so much history behind all of these players, right? If you look at Team PPeaks specifically, they're a team that is fueled by the fire of memes, right? This is a team that will live and die by just the memes. They've been trolling everyone on Twitter, and you know what? Normally you'd expect that a team gets better with practice, but this is a team, they get better with pettiness. It seems like the more they hate their opponent, the more of a rivalry they've got going on, they suddenly turn up on the server. That's exactly what they did in the rest of the qualifiers as well. And a quick recap, guys. These are the guys that were responsible for knocking out some of the giants from the scene, right?
Yeah.
They were responsible for knocking out Trans, Criminal, HSB. So all of the players that you saw qualify in the previous Campus Clutch, the ones that went to Spain, they're no longer here because of a team that is fueled by memes.
Yeah, I mean, memes can take you very far. I mean, if you go, they're one hell of a motivator.
Don't take his advice.
Yeah, and Gori, I mean, they were previously called PPeaks, right? They seem to change their name, but the peak stays the same.
Yeah.
In the qualifiers, they did beat Team Perfectionist. And Team Perfectionist, if you remember back in Calyx Cup last year, Team Perfectionist did manage to go pretty far. I mean, not as far as some of the big three do, but still far enough. And the fact that PPeaks are here in the top 4 is a testament. It's a testament to the memes. It's a testament to how good these players are. But they do have their work cut out for them, because Salt Esports, I mean, they're a big one. And with some of their old players back, I remember they did lose 2 of their players, Botsahab and Beast, to Team Arrow, or rather Team Clarity in GXR. But now those players are back, and now this is a roster that has 5 very big names. In fact, their names are so huge that Jivix is a sub for them. And Jivix is one of the best players in the Valorant scene. So PPeaks, they sure have their work cut out for them.
Absolutely, it's definitely not going to be an easy battle for either of these squads, and that's what I was talking about earlier, right? If you look at both of these matchups, yes, Team Mystic has that underdog, Team Genesis is going to be sort of the dark horse coming into this tournament, and let's be honest, I'm being a bit generous here, because Team Mystic, they're expected to win by a landslide, but there's a very big component here. It's the fact that these semis are going to be best of ones. Yep. And on one hand, people might say, oh, like that format, like that kind of format that might take away from like the consistency of competition or whatever. But you know what? I'm not part of that camp. I want to be the guy that wants to see upsets in best of ones. And when you have a team like PPeaks, they can make it really far in this kind of scenario. And you know what? That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the memes. I don't know about you.
I mean, I would love to see some meme happen, but it might be a best of one, but it still means that they do have to put in a lot of hard work. I mean, sure, best of one, anything can happen, but in the end, they are playing against an opponent that, has played against some of the best in the region, played against some of the best in India, which is really high up in the ranking of Valorant itself in this entire Southeast Asian region. So they sure do have their work cut out for them. Everyone likes to root for the underdog. Me too. It's something I think that's inherent within us is not just in esports, it's in sports as well. You just want to see them win. You just want to see an upset happen. But whether or not they'll be able to do it is just something, that only time will tell.
Absolutely, and I mean, shouldn't be too long before we're heading into the game, but before that, I just wanted to delve into a little bit more history about these players, right? Because if you look at if you specifically look at the side of Team Mystic, they've pretty much got a redemption arc going, right? A lot of these players are the ones that were knocked out before from Red Bull Campus Clutch, the ones that weren't able to make it to the international finals, and we are going to talk about that a little bit more later on when it's actually their time for their semifinals as well. But for now, we're going to be heading straight into the Agent Select screen, see what they've got in store for us over here on Icebox.
Oh, I love this map. It's been a while since I've casted this map, but what we're seeing, obviously, Viper pick, very orthodox. You do need a Viper. We're seeing a Chamber being picked up, and what is unorthodox, though, is we're seeing a KO come up.
I wouldn't really say it's too unorthodox, especially because it's just much easier to gain control of areas. KO with his knife, he can get so much information over towards the B bomb site. You just throw that knife out, very easy to collect information, the chance to throw out a fake as well, and just the fact that KO has so much longevity in these retakes, the fact that he can cause disables with his ultimates, all of that combined, he's sort of just a powerhouse package that works all across the board, right? So a lot of teams, they had this mentality with KO where they would just try to shoehorn him into every map, and it would still end up working out. So when you've got the complete package, when you've got somebody that can enter a site purely based off of the prospect, that it's very easy for them to just take out any ultimates, just bring it down to the gunfights, it makes sense why KO is being picked up.
Yeah, I personally think, when this agent was released, I personally thought that it's the ultimate FPS agent. I mean,
yeah.
You have the ability of a flash, you have the ability for, that revive available as well. It's like, those in Call of Duty, you had that second chance, which everyone hated. It's kind of like that. I mean, it's not as overpowered, but it's similar. You have an amazing recon ability. I mean, it's just as good as Sova's ability to recon out, and perhaps it's a bit better because you also have that agent suppression. I mean, you can just straight up stop any ability from coming out. You can stay straight up force yourself onto a site. And Icebox is one of those maps in which you rely on that quick aggression. You rely on that quick site take because that retake is coming. You play in for the retake if you're on a defender's side. So the quicker you're able to take the site, the more chances you have that you will be able to hold it.
Absolutely. I mean, over towards the A side especially, I think there's a lot of problems that arise with trying to enter the bomb site, so that's why we also we often see that Sage pick coming through, because you can simply deny an entire push, waste so much utility off of just a simple wall, maybe add a few more pieces of utility on top of that, and suddenly you've wasted pretty much all the utility of the enemy squad before they can actually get onto the site. So kind of makes sense why you would prioritize KO in that instance. You don't want that utility to come out, especially not if you've drawn down the timer, if you're going for the slow pick style of play. So yeah, in that scenario, you can see exactly why KO would be picked up. But I do want you to talk a little bit more, give a little bit more love to the rest of the agents. So how are you feeling about the rest of this composition?
I mean, I think the defender side, they have quite the complete lineup. I do think that the attacking side, they're just a bit lacking because they've chosen to go for that double duelist pickup, which should help them on the attacking side. It is an attack-sided map, but they have no heal. They have no Sage available, so it's going to be interesting to see how they make this work, because if they don't get it right, if they don't get it exactly right, then the simple fact is that the amount of utility they're up against is going to cost them a lot of these rounds, and they need to get as many of these rounds in the attacking side as possible, because on the defending side, they're for sure going to have a disadvantage, simply for the fact that they're up against they've picked up 2 duelists, and the fact that they'll be up against the Sage when they're on the defending side. So
yeah, in fact, it's a little unorthodox to see that kind of attention towards duelists, right? I think just generally speaking, the meta in Valorant has kind of gotten to the point where instead of trying to force out duels with agents that allow you to get much better duels, instead you just try to make the war easier, if that makes any sense, right? Just have a lot more utility. In fact, you're going to see so many maps where you just run. I mean, I know for a fact there's a couple maps where even a triple initiator setup might end up being viable. So duelists sort of is sort of sliding out of the meta. I think Jet is oftentimes, more often than not, just a comfort pick. So I don't know, man.
For sure. I mean, it's definitely something that, you know, we're going to have to see if it works or not. But definitely, I would personally favor the defensive side right now, as far as agent picks go. I mean, they do have a Viper as well. The attacking side does not have a Viper. So they're going to need to be careful about how they go in onto the site once that Viper wall is up. And you know, the attacking side, they don't have the option of rotating onto another side, because often that requires the Viper wall to be available, so that, you know, you have that element of deceit. You're able to rotate before the enemy knows what you're up to. And without all of these things, it's going to be very difficult. And already, as we see the Viper wall being planted as well. So we're going to see how this works out.
Yeah, straight
I
into
would
the
say
game
that
we
this
go.
first round will be a very good indicator to see how the rest of the game will go.
Yeah, honestly, for me, the biggest red flag on the attacking side right now is that lack of Viper, right? Yes, there's a few setups you can run. That Sova is obviously going to be critical to allow themselves to get onto a bomb site, and when you don't have Viper, you can instead use a Brimstone in lieu of that Viper to allow yourself to get onto sites. But just that lack is still going to make it a lot harder, but here we go, straight on to the bomb site. A little bit of a scuffle here before any damage takes place. In the meantime, though, the flank is happening, and Goaty will be able to get one. Hadal follows it up with a shock dart as well, but before that happens, two players have already fallen, and the plant is going down.
And I mean, Salt Esports, they're choosing to go very aggressive up on the defensive side, and I think for good reason. I think their agent picks allowed them to do that. The spike is planted though, but it's going to be diffused very shortly, as the entire PPeaks, they've already fallen. And I mean, that was a very quick first round. I mean, Salt Esports, they knew how they had the opportunity, and I think this is what we were talking about. I mean, sure, because the economy, you know, you only start with a baseline amount, you don't really have as much of the utility available, but the weaknesses of the attacking sides of PPeaks agent pickup are already showing, and I'm not sure if things are going to change. But as I say that, they are trying to change things up a bit. They are going to be priming themselves onto the A side, but we're going to see if this works out any better for them, as they are up against a buy round. They are up against the Spectres of Salt Esports.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't really be too quick to discard the efforts of PPeaks just on the basis of their picks just yet. Yes, they're not really having an ideal time when it comes to the start of the game, but when they do end up heading over towards the defender side, I think just their mechanics and their agent selection is still going to be a big threat, right? They've got that chamber, they've got that jet. Making those two work together, I think there's just going to be a lot of firepower. But, of course, Valorant being the way it is, firepower isn't really going to get you all the way. But right now, 4-on-3, Salt just trying to bide their time, force PPeaks to
They've managed to box them all in. PPeaks,
Oh, yeah.
they can't. The Viper is positioned right in the T spawn or the attacking spawn, so PPeaks have no option but to push on. But the Sage wall, you know, as you were talking about, it's been planted. So how exactly are they going to make their way onto the site? The Viper wall is up as well, and PPeaks, this is a very difficult position for them to be in. Darky, he is approaching in. His position is known, though. He has put out his toxin, but it's not going to help. As he does come on to an unsuspecting Hats, he will be traded out by Bravo, but this is not going in the way of PPeaks as they are retreating towards the mid side. Sova, he's trying to make something happen with a spike in the hands of the Brimstone, trying to go towards B. I think the Sova's trying to create some sort of distraction any way that he can, but it's difficult. If they get a spike plant off, that'll at least be a small win for them, but as I was just saying that, they just did not manage to get it in time.
Yeah, Salt really not having too many issues there. Now, it did become a little, a bit uncomfortable there for a second when Salt looked like they were starting to lose players. You know, maybe those Spectres could have come to light, but they are able to keep that round under lock and key.
Yeah, I do think PPeaks did a lot better in that round than I was expecting them to, particularly when they were boxed in. Despite the fact that they were flanked from all angles, they did manage to actually get those trades out, despite being outgunned. And this is where things really, you know, they start to shine for either side, because this is the full buy round. So against the Phantoms, against the Vandals, we're going to have to see how these teams do when they have all of their utilities and got firepower up.
Yeah, a bit of a slower approach now from PPeaks, especially because they don't really have the kind of composition that would allow them to go for something a little bit faster. Viper Wall simply not being present. Let's see if they put those Brimstone smokes to good use. Off angle being taken up by Bali. There's a little bit of information that they've gathered. Salt at least have an inkling that PPeaks are lurking around this area. But now they want to push in. Initiator starts to go in. There's a lot of utility that they're going to have to deal with. Hats falls before he gets onto the site. And this KO is being such a menace here. Stranger adds one to the tally as well. Bravo. Response is there, but they simply don't have enough to get going. They just can't get their feet onto the site.
Yeah, I think Hats needed to get that pick off over there. I think when Hats fell, it all fell apart for them, as Darky will clean it up with a double kill. And this is what we were talking about, right? The limitation of PPeaks' strategy. If they're not able to utilize their abilities in such a way that they're able to force themselves on a site, the longer that Salt Esports are managed to stall the site take, the bigger their advantage grows. And they're really going to have to figure out a way to disable that advantage, or things might not change. Now again forced to go for that eco. They have bought up those snipers though.
Yeah, a couple investments, but not too much. Oh, look at how aggressive Salt is getting, right? They've already gotten 2 players committed over towards the B site. In goes his KO. And he's being such a menace. 2 players already fallen, and it's just a matter of racking up those kills. Just rack up those nice stats that'll at least make you look good on the scoreboard, if anything.
But he might have paid for a little bit more dearly, as it's now 2-2. Oh, and the sniper is going to come if he gets a headshot. Oh, but Darky was too quick for him, and now Hadal, he's just cornered. His position is revealed, and Darky will finish it up. 3 kills in the 1 round for him. And I mean, Salt's ability to box PPeaks in is simply astounding. I mean, no matter which way you look at it, for some reason Salt is able to gain the advantage against PPeaks instantly, as soon as the round starts. And you know, Beast on KO, he's doing really well. Second on the scoreboard, utilizing his ability, trying to get the advantage on the front line, and doing a good job at that.
Yeah, but this defense is just going to be so hard for PPeaks to get past. Always a chance to retreat with the chamber if you've got an operator to be stationed up. But Hats wants to get a little bit more aggressive now. Through this Viper wall, they have managed to get a lot up close and personal, but Bravo missing some crucial shots. Eventually does try to chime in, though. Here it comes, Buttsob with 2 responses. Godchild immediately with the pocket cannon gets away with 3 kills and puts the 5th round on the board for Salt.
That was the farthest that PPeaks have managed to get themselves into, and that was a very good start for them, getting those 2 kills right as the round started. But the fact that Salt Esports, the fact that Beast enabled his ultimate, meant that PPeaks, they could not use any ability whatsoever, and that simply enabled the retake to happen. I mean, I'm saying it's a retake even though the spike wasn't planted, but you know, I was not expecting Godchild to pull off what he did. That was PPeaks' round to take.
Let's play.
Yeah, that is... Whew. I mean, sure, Chamber can have some of his OP moments, but didn't expect that to happen. Now Hats tasked with the responsibility of opening things up. Smoke deployed, a weapon recovered, and a great way to pop off the round with the ultimate, and that also allows a chance for Salt to start to scatter.
Yeah, and Salt Esports, they've pooled in so many resources up on the B side. With just a little bit of intel, PPeaks might be able to rotate themselves on towards the A side. The Breach has the spike, and he is perfectly positioned that as soon as he gets some kind of information, he's going to rotate. And we already see the revive coming out. Back to a 5v5, but just like that, Darky, who was being revived, was taken out by Cody himself. And now PPeaks, they're making their way on to the A site. There is Godchild there. Will he be able to pull off another miracle like he did last round? He does see Hat's position revealed, but just a lot of fire, but no exchange happening just yet. Godchild does make his way, but he's missing shots, and Bali's gonna take him out. And with that, the site is theirs for the taking. Only the Sage and Beast available. But what did it do? This is a very difficult retake. As Godchild, he is down.
I mean, you say difficult. I'm leaning towards impossible. I don't even think they want to go for this. And this flank pretty much just seals the deal, right? Hats,
Yeah.
nice collection there with just a pistol.
And Hats?
Yeah. For a second, I thought that this was just going to be over in a pretty landslide fashion, but it's like, whew, sigh of relief. PPeaks starting to climb that ladder one step at a time. You know, maybe they still have a chance back into the game, and I know that's a little pessimistic, trying to chalk them off when there's only been a 5-round lead, but at the same time, it kind of also felt like it was coming off the back of a composition that wasn't really allowing them to get onto the site. Now, I expected Brim to have a bit more impact to be used in lieu of the Viper, but there's no telling, because what I feel like is happening is that both of these teams are sort of going off the meta that we've grown accustomed to on the international level. We're not really seeing that fade pick. We're not really seeing KO on both ends, even though we've really seen a lot of KO spam as far as international usage is concerned. We're not really seeing KJ on the lockdown either. So I think it is a little haphazard, and that sort of exhibited itself when it comes to the gameplay itself.
Yeah, and I mean, the more haphazard it gets on the side of Salt Esports, the more PPeaks will be able to use it to their advantage. I mean, Salt Esports, they rely on their utilities, and it needs to work seamlessly and synonymously in order to be successful. And I think that's where PPeaks will be able to get their advantage. And Hats is doing a good job at that. He's able to get the pick off at the start of the round, and that's exactly what they need to do. They need to enable Hats. He is the Jet. He has a lot of mobility, so he needs to get the first pick off, and at the back of that, they need to go in and take the site. I think that's primarily their win condition for some of these rounds. But they need to make it happen. But they need to make it happen consistently. And you know,
God, oh, that is disgusting.
Yeah.
Lightning fast. We don't even get a chance to see this duelist Sage making things happen. And all of a sudden, PPeaks, as soon as the technical timeout is over, the real trouble starts. Just gonna have to recede back over towards the attacker spawn now, sort of just waiting for something, some kind of pick to come their way. You can see the chamber very passively positioned, expecting some kind of flank to come through, maybe a miracle. No.
But it's very difficult. I mean, you know, we were talking about this with the lack of the Viper, their ability to rotate on towards a different side, their ability to go somewhere else, it gets reduced to an almost non-existent level. So where do they even go? And as I say that, Hadal, he takes a fall as well. Bali, he's positioned himself very aggressively on towards the A side. He's trying to make his way in, but against 5 players, there's not much of a chance that he stands. He's going to encounter Botsahab immediately, and Botsahab is going to take him out.
Yeah, it's just going to be the follow-up, right, Cody? He's good for 1, yes, but what can you even do off the basis of a duelist Sage running into your attack side and just ripping you to shreds? And you know what? I think the storyline around PPeaks was about how they were getting all, like, how they were thriving on pettiness and all that, and they were the meme supreme team, right? But right now, the memes aren't paying off, Talha.
The memes are not paying off.
Yeah, the memes are old. The memes are 2008. The memes are stale troll faces. And unfortunately, this is one of the teams that that PPeaks were actually trolling the most on Twitter. They were talking a lot of smack against Salt, maybe even about issues that we can't even bring up on stream. So I don't know, man. If you gotta prove something, you gotta do it on the battlegrounds right here.
Again on towards the A side though. They have to change things up one way or the other. Salt Esports, they managed to position themselves very aggressively to defend. I mean, there's a sniper and he's leading the front line as far as the defense goes. So unless you take him out, it's going to be very difficult. The Hunter's Fury does come out and it's going to reveal at least 3 of these players. So they know that there is sort of a brute force action going on towards the site. So Salt Esports, they've only positioned the Viper on towards the B side. The rest of the players, they are primed towards A, the KO in the middle where PPeaks are choosing to rotate.
Yeah, you can see that this could have drawn out too many early rotations, right? Yes, that KO is present to just check the mid area, but also the rotations on this map are going to make it so much harder for them if there is that some kind of brute force push. But KO immediately. Oh my goodness, Beast doesn't even need proper sightline to be able to do just that. The Sage once again chiming in. Butt sob, good for the first, and there's suddenly a massive advantage once again for Salt before PPeaks can really even get any kind of traction onto a site.
Yeah, with only 1 player remaining, with only Hadal. They saw the spike going down, so Salt Esports, they will know where he is. And with that, Godchild will take him out. We're seeing this sort of potential where PPeaks are able to get some trades off, but you know, this is the 3rd round now where they instantly lose multiple of their agents from the get-go. I mean, this time around, it was Beast who took out 2 players instantly. Last time around, it was Batsahab who took out 2 players instantly. They simply can't allow that to happen on the attacking side. You can lose 1, but if you lose 2 when you're trying to force your way in, it's just not a good look.
Yeah, not a good look is right. I mean, if you look over towards this kill distribution of the attacker side, it's not like PPeaks are struggling too much to get kills, but the bills simply aren't being paid, right? Beast, once again, individual ability is what is carrying the side of Salt right now. There's just such a stark contrast in between the two, and with this revealer dart allowing a lot of information as well, this is pretty much going to be a package deal. Godchild, good for the first. And now, as they head over to the B site with weakened offenses, few numbers will be present. Yeah, Godchild, he's just too quick on the trigger. Not a lot you can do if you're PPeaks right now, just being pounded into the ground. And it almost seems like they're going to have to wait for the attacker, or rather the defender side, to be able to say anything about this.
Yeah, but, you know, they've picked up 2 duelists, so the attacking side is really where they had their advantage. What's to say that they're going to do any better on the defending side? I mean, sure, I'd like to hope, but that's not what they picked these agents for. And Godchild, he's 12-2. He has a 6 KDA. He has 0 assists. You know,
he's getting the job done. Yeah, and it makes sense why PPeaks are going for a timeout, right? Maybe an earlier timeout would have been nicer, but you do have to keep in mind that there was a technical timeout as well, so I'm sure that gave them a chance to iron out their issues, even if they ended up showing up to work with a rainbow shirt.
This is a timeout by Hats, you know. I'm sure he's sharing some sort of spicy Salt Esports secret, because he is one of their former players. Hopefully he can share some insight into how they're able to make this happen. And they're able to turn things around a bit, because, I mean, 8-1, they can't lose out on any more rounds. I mean, just too much of a lead to come back from, honestly. They do have the Brimstone ultimate, so that's one way of securing at least 1 round. You just make sure that the Brimstone is alive, you make sure that the spike is planted, and then just use the Brimstone ultimate to make sure that it goes off.
It really does come down to saving up your cards for one last hurrah, right? Like, I mean, I totally agree with you on that. Just sort of save that ultimate and make something happen. Right now, PPeaks, this is one of the rare circumstances where they come out on top initially. Postured towards the A site. They've got a couple players in middle as well, just waiting from the... Goaty's just going to be waiting with his pocket cannon, anticipating some kind of push from Salt, because that's really what's going to be expected. Salt, they have to recuperate some of their losses by pushing forward. That's exactly what Darky has done. He will not be spotted through the fences, but in the nick of time, he's still going to be able to line up those kills. Goaty, in the meantime, that can is being put to good use. B site opened up and rotations cannot be fast enough.
And looks like they are in prime position to take this side. The spike plant will go out. The Brimstone is alive. And now the rotations have come in. All they have to do is make sure to hold off. But as I say, that Beast, he has already taken out the chamber. And now they have to make something happen. The smokes are planted. But Beast, he's going all in, but he's going to be taken out by Hats. The defuse not coming out just yet. They're trying to make their way onto the side, but Hats getting a third kill, and he almost got the fourth. Darky did take him out, but with the Brimstone alive, it does not look like Darky will be able to defuse it. He is on red HP. Not a lot to work with over here, as he might just end up falling with just one shot, and Hadal will take him out. So round taken, Brimstone ultimate not utilized. That's a
big
win.
one. Yeah, absolutely. I think you rightly mentioned that their win conditions had to come down to the ultimate usage, but the fact that they're able to do it without that as well, that is great. Now, it's interesting they're able to recover the round immediately, considering that they were kind of just holding down for pushes after they made it a 5v4, and Darky still manages to convert it to the 4v4. So even with the correct setup, they're not able to immediately put the numbers down on lock, but nicely enough for them, Goaty's able to get that individual frag towards the B side, just playing off of his mechanics, and rotations will seal the deal as well now. They've got quite a bit of their chips saved up. One of them being lost already, though, and Bally, that could have been a big one. The Rolling Thunder would have allowed them to transgress onto a bomb site very easily. But Sob and Darky suddenly starting to have a conversation that's looking a bit one-sided. Goaty does try to get a couple words in there, but the debate's kind of been lost.
Yeah, and I mean, Darky just simply too ambitious over there, did not have his gun primed for that kill. But now PPeaks there, or rather PPeaks there, rotated on to the mid side. Hadal does get a kill, but instantly Goaty gets taken out as well. The ability of Salt Esports to rotate is simply just a lot faster than PPeaks. And look how confident they are. They're positioning Batsahab, who has his Sage Revive, up on the front line. So they're not even worried about keeping him at the back, you know, making sure that 6v5 scenario is always possible. Instead, they're simply going all in each round, and it's simply making it work. Getting one player getting 2 kills every round, that's... You know, when we've talked about similar things in previous matchups. When you're facing an opponent who in every individual player has the ability to step up, it becomes very difficult to play against.
Yeah, but here it comes though. Ultimate already being deployed. Some of the impedance being brought forward, courtesy of the Sage Wall, but moving in with the shotgun. Hats is going to be such a menace. Godchild was good for 2 operator kills, and Godchild is continuing to deliver individually off the cannon. But Goaty will eventually fall. Lots of damage could have been done, but man, that shotgun ruins everything.
Yeah, but you know, that shotgun, at least in Valorant, has always been a bit of a desperation play, you know. It has so much surprise factor, so much kill potential, that when you pick up that shotgun, you can get a few kills at the back of that. Maybe you can even secure yourself the round, but it's a one-trick pony. It does not work every time. And, I mean, it didn't work this time around either, so... Again, 10-2, double-digit figures for Salt Esports. The round shift is going to happen, and now they're on the attacking side, and PPeaks they're on the defending side. And without any Sage, without any Viper, they're going to need to be on their toes. They're going to need to play perfectly in order to salvage this game.
Spike dropped.
Yeah, it's got to be perfect from here on out, right? If you're PPeaks, you cannot afford to make a single mistake. Salt on the attacking side now. Just trying to poke towards the B bomb site. The Viper wall is available as well, which makes their access so much easier, and that's the big contrast, right?
Yeah.
That simply wasn't present when PPeaks were on the attacker side. Now, they're still going to try to eke something out. Bravo with the initial kill. Hadal trying to poke around the edges as well, but Sob immediately responds with a kill, and Goaty, he's just been so good on that pistol. And 4-on-3 now, Salt. They've got it from the spikes. Stranger coming in from behind does eventually fall to Goaty, though.
Oh, wow.
And man, Goaty is sort of the glue that is failing at putting it together, but you're kind of surprised that he's not able to do anything, you know?
I was not expecting that retake to happen the way it did, particularly when they were all boxed in. They lost some of their players from the get-go. The fact that they were able to come back from it, you know, good on them. But they're going to need to keep making this happen over and over again. The good thing is this second round should go in their favor as well, as they have picked up that full armor alongside the Spectre. So it's a full buy rather coming out from them. But it's absolutely crucial that they make this work, because Botsab, he has picked up that one-shot deagle, as I like to call it. It's a deadly weapon, and with that, you know, we don't want to see a repeat of what happened in the first half with 3 kills coming out from Godchild.
PPeaks trying to hold on to any chances they have. Bravo peeking out. Time to pad the stats. Here we come. 2 kills for the man. And Hadal will keep a tight leash on things as well. Just a chamber remaining now on the attacking side. And you know what? Salt have given themselves a good enough lead that they can start to get a little bit of breathing room, right?
Yeah.
You can wait for that gun round to come around. No need for any desperation plays. I mean, they've got... knowing that they also have the composition for it, they can just wait it out. Even 6 rounds in a row, even if they end up getting to 10-10, I'm still not counting them out just yet. So, incredibly steep slope for PPeaks to climb, and unfortunately, it's just going to get harder from here on out.
Definitely, and you know, we don't talk about this often, but this is kind of the limitation of a second round buy, is that you have your Spectres if, you know, you come out of the second round doing really well. But then the third round is almost always going to be a buy, right? So now it's a situation where they have those Spectres that they got from the second round, but they're now facing against the Vandals. So even though you won the second round, you're still at a disadvantage now. And with that, Hats, he's picked himself up an operator. That is a very expensive purchase, and there are no two ways about it. He needs to make this work. He needs to get that pick off with that operator. If he dies with this, that's going to cost him a lot. I mean, already they can only choose to lose 2 rounds before they're up against match point. You know, they've been doing a pretty decent job so far, winning both the rounds in the second half, and they need to keep this going. Otherwise, you know, they're going to be down and out. I think and I now understand. This is what you were talking about. This is the meme power coming into play. You know, just go all in.
The memes aren't quite there just yet, okay? I mean, we're being a little too generous, Talha, I'll be honest. I mean, 2 rounds, I mean, इससे क्या चलता है? कुछ भी नहीं होता. 6 rounds का भी deficit है.
Yeah, but it's 2 on 2, right? They only secured 2 rounds in the first half.
Fair enough. So far, so good.
Yeah.
No. Seems like we're experiencing some visibility issues on our end. Game should be working in the background though, so yeah, Tala and I were just blind for a second. Oh, that was just a sky flash. Don't worry, that was just a flash.
But there's 1 player down.
Oh, okay.
2 players down.
Yeah. Oh, meme's falling apart apparently.
Yeah, and they lost the operator as well apparently. It was with the Jet. But Hadal, he does manage to get himself a kill. But now PPeaks, they're on the back end over here. Assault Esports are going all in towards that B side. They're trying to hold on to it with Hadal. He's getting his 3rd kill, but he needs to keep this side, and now the Brimstone's here as well.
Oh yeah, but Saab suddenly brings it back to close contention. And this wall, oh my goodness, what a peek from the man. Bally simply not expecting it.
Yeah, he had that operator. He could have gotten that kill over there. It's a bit unfortunate that he was not able to. I mean, that was the break that they needed. And again, Hats, he's picked himself up that shotgun. I mean, he got an operator the last time around. The shotgun this time around. He's going all in. But now 11-4, and I'm afraid that they've run out of chances. There's no more room for error, as 1 more point and they're going to be up against match point. They need to slow down the pace. They need to cover their backs, make sure that they get those trades off.
Yeah, PPeaks, they're really being stretched thin right now.
Deploying drone.
Seems like the posturing of Salt indicates that it is going to be an eventual A-side presence. Spike situated there as well. Just allowing that chamber to still stick close to the B site, though, in case that flank comes in, and that's exactly what's happening over towards the left side of the map. Brimstone might just be encountering 2 players straight up. Viper wall deployed, but look at how much information Brimstone has.
Yeah.
He knows that this is a fake, so the rotations will already be called into the A site, and where Salt is thinking that they might have free reign over towards the A site, that is simply not going to be the case. But Butsob, he's going to get it done the old-fashioned way. Elbow grease is the way to go, and instead they will route their efforts towards B, get that kill there. Now the fake is looking a lot more convincing because they're feeling like Brimstone is giving them the wrong call, that the presence from mid has suddenly culminated into positioning towards the B site, but the bomb is actually going down towards A. Now, rotations late. Darkies managed to get a kill, 4 versus 3, and PPeaks, where they had the right posture, where they had Brimstone pushed up, suddenly they're playing off the back foot. Butsob immediately adds another one to the tally, and Godi is just trying to get it done the old-fashioned way, rifle in hand, and he will be the last man standing.
And Butsob with this flank, I mean, that was a perfect display of some next level tactics and strategy coming out from Salt Esports, managing to deceive their opponents all across the map. I mean, PPeaks had no idea what came and hit them.
I think, I mean, terrible joke to make, considering PPeaks' name, if anybody knows the reference. But it seems like their dreams of going international are being flushed down the toilet right now.
But I mean, match point, it's not the end. I mean, it may as well be, but you know, they can still come back. I mean, theoretically, they can still come back. Need to win all their rounds, and it's super difficult to do, but...
Oh yeah, Salt, you can see how confident they're feeling. Godchild, just pure movement play there, walks in. Butsob's good for a second as well. And now it's just kills raining one after the other. Bravo just trying to hold onto this leash with both hands. But Darky starts gnawing on his fingers. PPeaks still, this contention isn't over just yet. It could be the chance. It could be the chance of the comeback. Butsob moving straight through the smoke. Hadal gets 2 though, and elongates their tournament life.
Well, I was not expecting them to win that round considering the Viper ult was up. It was a very difficult play to make, but they made it happen. And if they can play against such a big disadvantage and still come out on top, then that gives me hope. But again, it's having to play perfectly is a very big ask because one tiny slip up and it's all over.
And honestly, just knowing the composition, like, it seems a little harsh to just harp on about the composition, right? But it does seem like they've been locked out ever since that Viper pick just didn't come in. Sort of a non-negotiable when it comes to this map pick. Salt, once again, brute force is the way to go. Rifles in hand, utility deployed. Should be too difficult for them to get the bomb down it before the PPeaks can really even get into this conversation. It's already going to come down to the retake.
Yeah, but it's a very difficult retake with the Viper wall up, with Godchild getting the first ability. The Hunter's Fury is up as well, and he's placed himself at the very back of the site. What PPeaks need is to force out a rotation and flank them, but they're not able to make it happen. And with only 2 players alive, the Hunter's Fury coming out as well. But Bravo, he almost got the defuse out, but Butsob took him out, and Godchild finishes the match with a headshot on to the Jet. That was a nail-biting end to the game. I mean, that was really full of suspense.
Yeah, especially with Bravo holding down the defuse there, right? The Hunter's Fury, though, that was always going to be the final nail in the coffin, right?
Yeah.
I mean, rightfully so, you pointed it out. I mean, he was positioned all the way to the back of the site. And there was, I mean, if you're in their shoes, you've pretty much just called it quits already. Hunter's Fury negates any chances of getting the defuse down. Beautifully played by Salt, and unfortunately, the memes are going to have to die.
Do they though? I know there's going to be plenty of memes coming out.
I mean, probably, but unfortunately not from PPeaks.
Yeah, not for PPeaks. I mean, they are out of the tournament, but they made it pretty far ahead, and they definitely gave Salt a run for their money, especially considering the fact that, okay, something that I've noticed in this game, in Valorant specifically, is that you don't really get outdrafted that often. It's just not really a thing in Valorant because you
Yeah.
always know what to pick on what map. You always know what agent is supposed to do what. You know what the roles are. They're pre-assigned each and every single time. So the fact that they allowed this to happen, it was a bit surprising. But at the same time, the fact that they managed to get as far as they did with the composition that they had, I mean, it was a bit impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the thing is here, for me, I would be totally okay with some kind of off-meta pick. So this is something you've seen a lot of top-tier teams do as well, especially, let's say, on a map like Breeze, right? You can have a lot of surprise picks, or in a couple instances on Haven, you can have many different types of compositions that can still end up working out. And that can really work. A surprise pick can work, but a surprise pick kind of requires a lot of legwork behind
Yeah.
it. So if you have Neon, if you've got Fade, then surprises in the form of aggression, they can really work out. But if you go for a very old school style of picks, sort of just, it didn't really feel like a total composition. In fact, it felt like a package that was full of comfort picks. Unfortunately, that is not going to be enough to pay the bills here. They are going to get eliminated from the tournaments and from the tournament. And PPeaks, I mean, valiant effort, yes, just as you mentioned. Even with this composition, the fact that they're able to get by without a Viper is just so surprising to me. Viper pretty much being non-negotiable. Like, yes, you can have the conversation about other maps having many different viable picks, but I think most of the pro scene would agree that Viper is just a non-negotiable here.
I mean, you absolutely have to have the Viper. If you don't have the Viper, you need to come up with some sort of strategy that does the same thing, right? Puts up that wall, allows you to reposition yourself, allows you to rotate.
Maybe Neon could still be kind of a conversation we can
but
have there.
you know, if you don't do that either, then you're just really at a loss. I mean, sure, some would argue that you're playing against a lot better technical players, right? But it did not come down to that technicality. It did not come down to the individual skill of Salt, despite the fact that they were able to get those double and triple kills out. It all came down to the fact that their agent picks did not allow them to utilize that strategy to their benefit, and it really did cost them that match. But, you know, one thing I'm happy about is, I'm not sure if you recall, but Salt Esports has not been seen in the grand final of a tournament for quite some time.
Yeah.
I mean, they were eliminated from Galaxy Racer. They did not make it in the top 4. Before that as well, in Infinity Cup, they were eliminated. So they're finally back,
Sort
and
of
we're
the
actually
cursed quarterfinalists, right?
yeah, and now we're actually going to see a grand final. I mean, we're not there yet because there's still
Not
Shooter still has to play his matchup. But for all intents and purposes, if things go as we predict them to be, it's going to be Salt Esports versus Shooter and his crew again.
I mean, I wouldn't call it that just yet. You know, like, I get it. You know, if it's a best of 3, super talented players, and you can sort of project what's going to happen in this instance, especially when the team is an underdog. Yes, maybe it is fair to say that Team Mystic is going to come out on top, but this is a best of 1.
Yeah.
Anything can happen, you know? Especially, what scares me the most is if Team Genesis can have a viable surprise pick, right? You saw in this particular game, Bravo squad, they didn't really, PPeaks, they didn't really particularly have a composition that would work. But if suddenly Genesis can come up with a recipe that can just eke that one map out, right? Suddenly, we've got a conversation for a grand finals that could be Genesis as well.
That is true. I mean, anything can happen. But have you ever seen Shooter not be in a grand final?
That's a very fair point, actually, and I'm gonna have to give you this point. I do not have a counter argument for that.
Yeah, I mean he's always been there, right? He's
Yeah. Now this is interesting that you bring it up, right? Because we are gonna talk about this a little bit more when their matchup actually gets to start. But this is sort of a redemption arc for 2 of the players on Team Mystic. A chance to finally end up in the grand finals or play in the global finals of Red Bull Campus Clutch when they were knocked out previously. 2 of the players are going to get a chance to go again when they already qualified the previous time. So like this, half of this team has knocked out the other half of the team from the previous Red Bull Campus Clutch. And the 5th player, King, incredibly young player, incredibly talented, only 18 years old right now, if I'm not wrong. I hope I'm not mistaken. But yeah, at 18 years of age, the reason he wasn't able to compete in Campus Clutch the last time around is because he simply wasn't old enough to be in university.
Yeah.
So knowing that he's the powerhouse that was destroying everyone, even on land, surprisingly,
it's going to be a sight to see, and especially for me, the thing that really surprised me is when we saw Galaxy Racers tournament on LAN. A lot of the conversation was around, oh, is King going to be good on LAN? You know, he's this online kid. Who cares? He's just he's just an up and coming teenager. You know, all of that online discrediting stuff that goes on. But when King actually appeared on LAN, he just looked like a completely different beast. So to have that composure, as young talent on LAN, completely, like, totally not freaking out, chilling, destroying veterans at the game. Keep in mind, his opposition were back in the Galaxy Racer Cup. I believe his opposition was consisted of veterans at the game, like Trans, Criminal, and so on. So when you've got that kind of composure against veterans in your country, that is just remarkable, and that's particularly why I really want to see King on that global final stage, right? When you head into that tournament, a lot of these players that are also in university, they're not going to be too comfortable in that LAN environment. So on average, they're going to be younger players that are not that advanced in their career. You're not really going up against players that are like, more often than not, they're not going to be in their late 20s. You know, they're sort of still early in their career, maybe still 18, 19, 20 years old, something of that sort. So if you have the composure of a vet, but the age of a young player, that's a recipe for disaster for the enemy squad.
Yeah, and I mean, not to mention the fear factor. I mean, when you're on an international LAN, when you see, you know, a 17, 18-year-old kid against you who you don't really know, you know, that's some next level paranoia you have, you know, because considering that kid can just about do anything. I mean, as you mentioned in Galaxy Racer, King single-handedly won Team Exploit that match. I mean, he got triple kills nearly every other round, and it was quite the surprising performance that I saw from him, and I'm hoping that he can emulate that again in the global finals. I'm hoping that he gets that opportunity. He certainly deserves it. This kid has proven the fact that he deserves this. I bet more than anyone else. I mean, sure, you have some next level talent as well, right? You have Shooter, you have all of these amazing players out there, but King, he really does deserve it, and I hope he gets that opportunity.
Absolutely. I think the idea of, like, deserving a shot at the international stage, right? It's very important here because two of the players, they were just completely devastated when they got wrecked in the previous finals, right? So getting a chance to potentially see Storax, potentially see Shooter on that grand final stage, that is going to be a sight to see. But we're not at that point just yet. Team Genesis could still be taking over Team Mystic. But before we head into the next game, a quick chance to look at the highlights. Okay, I was under the impression that the highlights would just play and there would be, like, cool music on, but apparently we're supposed to do what the industry experts call analysis. So, okay, Mom, I'll do analysis for you. No, but there is really no analysis to be done.
Yeah.
Don't pick the Viper, get memed on, son. That's exactly what happened to PPeaks. And you know what? If you're a part of the PPeaks right now, or you're, like, one of their fans, like, I'm sorry I'm being a little too harsh on them for the memes, but they're the one team I can meme on, because when you're gonna dish out the memes, you better be ready to dish them.
Yeah, definitely. That's you know, that really goes without saying. And as far as analysis,
rules of the street,
for sure. And as far as, you know, analysis goes, I'm sure that PPeaks on some level must have been wondering that they should not be doing what they are doing, right? As far as the agent picks go, and they tried their shot and it didn't work. And this is a strategy against, you know, especially when you're playing against teams that are a lot better than you are, as far as experience goes, as far as time having played the game goes, is that you tend to try a niche strategy. You tend to try, you know, pull out some sort of rabbit out of the hat. You try something that's never been tried before and you see if it works. And a lot of the times it does work. But unfortunately for them, this time it didn't.
Yeah, now while we wait for the observers to, well, the comms to let us know whether or not we're going on a break, you know, it's a little surprising to me that this composition was even part of the conversation, right? I mean, what's the thought process behind that?
I would have no idea where to begin. I mean, I've never seen it happen. You know, of all the tournaments we've played, we have seen double duelists picked up. We've even seen triple duelists picked up, but we've never seen a strategy in which you miss out on that map essential agent pick, right? Now, a lot of the times, the teams that don't pick the Viper, they immediately get the Sage, because at least the Sage allows you to try and put a stop to the opponent's aggression. And this is what we saw when Salt Esports was on the defending side. All they had to do was put up a Sage wall, and immediately PPeaks, they couldn't go in. They couldn't do anything because
even if they do, it's just such a difficult duel,
Yeah.
right? You have to use utility to just get past that. Even that little 3-second delay of getting past the wall, that's all the difference that you need.
Exactly, and particularly when you're faced with a lack of economy, right? Because the Sage wall, if you have a pistol, it just takes so many hits to take that wall out. When you have a Spectre, it just takes a full cartridge to take that wall out. So it's really putting yourself at a disadvantage. You know, you're already faced up against a disadvantage as far as player experience goes, because the players you're playing against, they're just so much more experienced than you are. If you're shooting yourself in your own foot, you know, it's not going to help you. So I think that's really where PPeaks fell short.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we could harp on about this game forever, right? But the bottom line was that it just came down to a couple team level mistakes that didn't really allow their individuals to shine. Now, there is obviously a couple highlights that we had in there. I think Goaty was still being such a menace on the server. He was still clicking heads left and right, just being a total badass on the server, to be perfectly honest. But unfortunately, that is simply not going to cut it. But what we are going to cut to is a short break. So we'll be right back after a short break. We'll be bringing you the action on Team Mystic versus Team Genesis right after to see who's going to make it to the Grand Finals.
Choose your agent. Finding match. Spike planted.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfortunately, the memes for PPeaks might be over, but the contest isn't. Well, it is for PPeaks, but not for the rest. not for the rest of us. Yeah. So Salt, great performance from them. Before we head into Genesis versus Mystic, though, we're gonna get a chance to look at Beast. Get a chance at an interview.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah,
I want to hear what you have to say.
I can hear myself. I can hear myself on the mic, so we can't actually talk. Right. Okay. There's probably no way to circumnavigate this, but yes. Hello, Beast. Kaise ho?
Hello, alhamdulillah. आप सुनाएं.
Right. How are you doing? Can you hear me?
I'm doing pretty fine. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Right. Right. Okay. Talha, please do your thing.
Can you, Beast? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Well, Beast, how are you feeling going into this tournament, or rather, going into the final?
For final, semi-final की अगर बात करें तो it was quite easy as you guys saw that. So final की बात करें, so yeah, we're really excited. Or let's see, we're hoping for the best. We're hoping to dominate the scene. So let's see.
And how are you feeling, having to play up against Shooter and his crew? I know you guys have been trying to dethrone them for quite a while, and this is, again, another opportunity for you to do that.
We'll make sure this time we'll take this opportunity. And, 100% इसको इंशाल्लाह जीतने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे.
Fraz, do you have any questions for Beast?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking, do you have anything in store? कोई तैयारी है, कोई grand finals के लिए, कोई surprise या कोई ऐसी चीज जो ऐसा feel हो कि इस बार confident हो कि finals के अंदर perform कर सकोगे?
नहीं, तैयारी कौन करता है? हम तो बस confident हैं. Press W, that's all.
Well, great to hear from you. Best of luck for the finals. And yeah, let's see what you have in store. But yes, back to Justice, Talha, because we have to occupy the real estate with less handsome individuals now. Because I mean, Beast, he's a dashing dude. So yeah, how are you feeling about this next game heading up? Team Mystic versus Genesis.
I mean, we've been through this. It's the best of one, so anything can happen. And I personally love to root for the underdog. But it's kind of like, it's a far-fetched tale. We can't really call it a Cinderella story because they're up against a team that has never lost. They're up against a team that has always made it to the grand finals. Never, I don't think I've ever seen Shooter not perform. So they're going to need two things, or rather, they're going to need all of the things to come together. They're going to need Shooter and his crew to not play as well as they do. They're going to need themselves to play better than they do. They're going to need to pull out some sort of niche strategy as well. So
I like how your entire theory going into this is just, okay, Shooter, don't be Shooter.
Yeah.
King, do not be King. Genesis, do your thing.
Yeah, basically, that's how I would put it. I mean, it's a very difficult matchup. It also comes down to what map is picked, right? If it's a shooter-friendly map, say if you have Icebox again, that's impossible. If you have Haven Up or Ascent, it's very difficult to play against those maps, especially when yet you are out experienced, your strategy doesn't work. And if you remember, something about the strategy of exploit or Shooter, King, and all of these guys is that they don't really have to rely on their strategy, right? They just rely on that run and gun. Is the fact that they're just so much better than the rest of their competition that their strategic depth never gets revealed. Very few teams have been able to bring that out. I remember Trons was able to bring that out, right?
Yeah.
Which was quite surprising back in Infinity Cup. I remember I remember Team Clarity was able to do it as well at GXR. But those have been where a handful of times where Team Shooter and his crew or Team Mystic have been forced to reveal their strategy, but apart from that, it's always been some Call of Duty style run and gun, shoot everyone, get those kills, and just win the game.
Yeah, I think revealing strategic depth has never really been easy, and I totally agree with your point there. Now, yeah, win conditions not really seeming too great, but there are a couple things we can talk about here, right? So if you're thinking of it from the perspective of a relatively new team, I mean, I'm not trying to take away any credit from Genesis, but arguably so, the side of Mystic is going to be a bunch of OGs when it comes to Valorant, right? So, there's a couple strategies to go about this, Knowing that Pearl is the newest map pick, it's the one that has the most unexplored meta. That's personally something I would really like to see from them, right? Try to force the opponent onto a map that's uncomfortable. At the very least, bring out the Fracture, right? You want to be navigating around those two maps that are the newest in the map pool just so you can have some experiments. If you go on any other map, if you go on Breeze, Shooter's waiting there with a rifle that's as good as a sniper on steroids. There's basically no shot you have there realistically, and I don't mean to downplay Genesis by saying this, but it's just the fact that Team Mystic are just so damn good. But on the other hand, maybe if you pick up Pearl, maybe if you pick up Fracture, you have a surprise pick. Keep in mind, it's not about the marathon right now, right? I mean, the old adage goes, it's a marathon, not a sprint. But this time around, while you're focusing on the best of one, the most difficult competition you've actually had so far in this tournament, or yeah, at least from the perspective of the viewers and from history, the most difficult competition anyone could have had is not in the grand finals. It's actually right now. It's in the semis for Team Genesis, right? So they've got to focus on the sprint right now. Just keep their head in the game, one step at a time. Make sure they can catch them off guard with some kind of surprise pick, and I would really like to see that happen.
Yeah, and one thing that I do feel worth mentioning is that Genesis, or at least some of their players, they're not new to winning, right? Two of their players, they did win NASCON this year, so the confidence is probably there, right? It does get a bit nerving, but as far as keeping yourself primed, keeping yourself together as you are faced off with a tough opponent, I'm sure that their captain and some of their players, they are well aware of that fact. So and that's something that we do see other teams. I have seen Salt Esports. They do very well up against Team Mystic. Team Mystic of that time, rather, in one map, but then they completely fumbled it the next time around, right? I remember when back in one of the tournaments last year where Team Salt took Team Exploit at that time to a third overtime, right, where Jivix performed incredibly well with more than a 400 combat score. But then the map after that, they lost 13-0, right?
Yeah.
So keeping your nerves together while you're faced up against a really tough opponent is absolutely crucial. You can't let it get to your head. I mean, sure, everyone in the scene, every single person who plays Valorant and follows the competitive scene has heard of the shooter supremacy, has heard of what he is capable of with the operator. But you have to make sure that you believe in yourself to the point where you are not afraid to take that peek against that shooter operator. Only then will you be able to defeat him.
Absolutely, but now we're going to get a chance to see how it unfolds on the server. Straight into the game we go. And seems like everything's already been picked up. Agents have been selected. This time we're not going to be fooling around with any of those pre-match shenanigans.
Oh, and it's what I was afraid of. It's Ascent. It's Mystic's home ground. And pretty standard picks coming out here. Both teams have picked up themselves that KO. KO has been making his way onto the meta these days, so it's going to be interesting how they make use of it. And already Musab getting that kill onto Niklaus. Rotations on towards the A side, but Team Mystic, they're able to hold it off. Shooter getting another kill, and with that, Genesis, they have to rotate themselves out of there. They are going to make their way onto the middle with no one from Team Mystic to stop them.
Yeah, already just 2 duels being lost. That's a big one. Unfortunately, the attack side is gonna feel a little stuck here. Heather trying to individually carve something out, but there's utility waiting for him. In the meantime, though, at least Natsu's gonna get a chance to recollect with the rest of the squad. Now moving into middle, it's just a matter of hitting your shots and
Oh, but they're
catching
going
the
to be spotted out.
surprise. Yeah, not a chance that King is letting this up. Tapping his left and right is good for the double. And even though Heather does try to respond, he's only good for that one.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to cover your angle, and Team Genesis, they... I don't know why they chose not to look at that big open door. I mean, if there's a door and it's open, you have to look through it. But, you know, just the first round...
You can't just be that reductive, Talha. Like, I mean, I know you're silver, okay?
But, I mean, you have to do that. And now Team Mystic, having won that first round, I think they're going to more or less play this the exact same way round and round throughout, because they just know.
Yeah, perfect utility as well. What about getting tongue-tied? And with that information being gained, it's just going to be the back off from Team Genesis, no longer committing to the A side. Rotations have been drawn in, though, and in the meantime, Mystic is pushing up. 2-man push. The Spectres all the way. Daps is trying to get up close and personal with the cannon, but to no avail. You can immediately see the response from Mystic as well. As soon as the KO knife gets the information, they immediately go for a push towards B. Now, the adjustment from Genesis was actually quite good to double back all the way over towards the B side, but if they had been a little bit faster, they might have actually gotten the drop on the 2 players that were pushing forward.
Oh, and Niklaus gets that kill. And meanwhile, on the mid side, there are quite a few players overhead. The smokes are going to keep them out, but trades do go off, 1 for each team. And now Genesis, they are primed to move on towards the B side. All they needed to do was take out King, but he had a Spectre. Too much gunpowder for Genesis to take hold, and now Abdur, he's going to come up against Niklaus, will be able to take him out, but will get traded out. And now, with just 1 player remaining, the Reyna, Musab has her locked on his radar, but will fall. And now that's a triple kill for Natsu, but King will be able to take him out. A long-range shot from the Spectre, a triple kill for him as well. So both these players, Natsu and King, stepping up. I mean, King, he's not stepping up. He's more like, you know, staying in his same position. A triple kill for him is not a big deal.
I'm imagining that King is just sitting there in his bathrobe and he's like, yeah, like, oh, do I really have to play this game? Come on. Like, am I not supposed to be directly flown out to the finals? Like, what is this peasantry?
And now Genesis, you know, at least they got their composition right. I mean, they did not pick up themselves up.
Is that the bar you're setting for the stream? Like,
I mean,
at least they got their composition. Okay, man. Didn't realize you were a pro player. Yeah, but Genesis is just trying to get a little comfortable over towards the middle, but that's a lot of information being granted. Nicholas already having activated the dash. Did try to get a little bit more aggressive because he knew he had the escape option, but I like that Genesis are not willing to double down on this. They've drawn out the rotations from Mystic all the way towards the B site. They're trying to make sure that they can get some kind of information, some kind of presence towards Garden. They push out though, and I love this adjustment from Storax and Musab immediately pushing out towards the utility, getting themselves into a corner and immediately following up on the basis of just that. Genesis good for 2 kills, but now Shooter is doing what Shooter does best. A kill with the Scout. Oh, a little bit messy of a duel, but with the recovered Vandal, he's able to close it out. And Mystic, so far, so clean.
yeah, that Killjoy utility coming really in handy that round, just not allowing the garden area to be pushed, and that allowed Musab and the other player that was with him to get those kills. And now Genesis 3 round lead down, they're forced back on towards that eco. Things not looking good for them.
You can see how Shooter is totally comfortable with posturing himself very aggressively, knowing that he's going to win out that aim duel, but maybe that thought isn't quite right. Peeks out a little bit too forward to the right. Nicholas is able to get that initial kill, and suddenly one of the most debilitating forces on the defender's side is now out for the count. Abdur doesn't realize that the smoke is separating him from 4 different players. Gets the Vandal there out of commission as well, so the recovery won't be happening anytime soon. Heather, good for a nice shot with a Sheriff. Flashbang is not successful. Musab is trying to chuck one out, and that is perfectly placed. Could have gotten the follow-up as well. Tries to go for another flashbang, but in the meantime, King is chimed in. Musab's good for the 3rd, and King will continue to deliver as well. Mystic, once again.
That flash just simply... that you did not want to be in that position. And I mean, Genesis, this is looking very one-sided as Team Mystic are running them all over. I mean, sure, it's only a 4-round lead, but it's the comfort at which Team Mystic is able to win these rounds. I mean, it's not looking close in any single one of them. It was an eco round, and again, it's a full buy coming out from Team Genesis again. So hopefully they can make something happen, but as I say that King, he will be able to take out Niklaus. That Jet is down. And with the Jet down, you have no frontliner available.
Yeah, this really makes entry onto a bomb site very difficult, and Team Mystic, they pretty much have this down under lock and key. They've got rotations as well. Jet is available. A couple players already situated here on the site. Middle now to be aggressed by Genesis, but they might have to commit some utility to be able to take this down because KO's got the sight line across. Genesis doubling back towards the B site. Just a matter of time before the pop happens. 50 seconds on the clock. Utility at bay. And now the fights must commence, but before it happens, King already has a fair bit of information. Ultimate being deployed. King is being tracked as well. Now they're trying to hop onto the site, and King is unable to do anything about it. One of the first hurrahs for Genesis that has actually ended up working out. Spike now being planted. Mystic on the disadvantage, but they want to go for this retake. Musab immediately gets the first one. Heather is delivering once again. Natsu with a nice shot onto Shooter, and that just leaves 1 man remaining. The Killjoy. Is there a chance at a retake still? No, it's seeming pretty locked out. Storax eventually falls, and Genesis, they actually get the first round on the board.
Yeah, that was perfectly timed. I mean, we saw that as soon as Team Mystic started to rotate, that's exactly... They took that opportunity and they went in for it on towards that B side. They managed to take that player down, plant the spike, and stop the rotations from happening.
Out.
Yeah, now King is just going to be able to get so much information off the fact that he's going for these aggressive plays, right? Yes, he gets oppressed there, but realizes that there's a lot of action coming his way, and look at how aggressive Genesis are willing to be. Abdur immediately gets a chance at a response, though. Heather is able to revive Qureshi in the madness. Natsu's able to build a kill up as well. Musab and Abdur now trying to make quick work of the opposition, and Musab is going to survive a little bit longer than anticipated, but Storax is there in time, and the rotation is crisp.
That was unfortunate. Natsu was busy picking up that spike, and that's when the Killjoy came in to take him out. I mean, that round could have gone either way, but I like this. I like the aggression that Genesis were able to put out in that round. They simply went all in a brute force type fashion, and they managed to get all those trades across. Despite of the fact that 3 players from Team Mystic were on that site in the first place, that is a tad bit impressive. I mean, sure, they lost out on that round, but we're seeing potential here. We're seeing the potential to take some of these rounds. And now Team Genesis, they're moving on towards the mid site. Mid position rather. They're again going for this brute force, but their position has been revealed, and Team Mystic, they're rotating as well. 4 players now there, no flank coming in though. The Omen that's going to go in, but he will be immediately taken out by King. And with that Killjoy swarm, they're forced to go back behind the wall.
Yeah, it's mostly just the calm before the storm because Genesis are trying to figure out if they can get a poke going here or there. King is willing to get aggressive now. The wall separating them. Qureshi immediately refragged after he's able to pick up King. And Genesis now in a 3-on-4. Things slow down. But Storax and Musab suddenly speed them right back up. Daps and Natsu, not a chance at recovering. And Heather, he's just being assaulted from all different angles. Mystic, good for the 6th, and so far, it's looking pretty much like a landslide finish.
Yeah, but, you know, I am seeing some sort of potential come out from Team Genesis in some of these rounds, but the rounds in which it's been one-sided has been in which they have been unable to secure their position with their all-out aggression. It's been those rounds in which they've been forced to go back, and that's really where they've suffered the most amount. You simply can't move back and try to hold that position when you know that you're going to be getting flanked from all sides. You can't allow Team Mystic to rotate all of their players in, because sure, in a 3v5 scenario, you can get those trades out and then you can secure yourselves the position to stop that retake from happening, but in a 5v5 scenario, not so much.
Yeah, now I really like that they're going for this timeout, get a chance to get some breathing room, because it's almost felt like they've got everything but that final piece of the puzzle. They're able to get onto the site, but they end up losing duels. I feel like they're having that 2 to 3 second delay on getting onto the site, just not having that extra bit of coordination that would have made all the difference. And, well, Genesis or rather Mystic are willing to take full advantage of it.
And again, they're going on towards the B side. This has been the side where they've been successful, not in terms of winning the rounds, but in terms of the potential that you've seen come out from them.
There.
You can see that King is very comfortable getting a lot more aggressive. Omen smokes also being deployed up there, though. Yeah, that is just individual diff. King, in the meantime, does the exact same thing on a main. And Daps is really the only one that gets a chance to even have a say in this conversation. I mean, look at that push, right? Two-pronged approach, 2 from middle. You've got 3 players coming in from A main as well. That could have been the potential wrap-up, but no. Instead, you just have Abdur flicking to 2 heads, no response whatsoever. If the refrag was there, the second prong would have been available to pincer King in a fashion that 3 players would have assaulted him from all different angles, which would have allowed them to get onto the site. But that's just the individual skill diff.
Yeah, I mean,
done by Abdur.
Abdur had 2 players that were shooting at him, and he managed to take them both out with a headshot. That was more than impressive.
I love this kind of setup that they're playing, right? They always use Fade to get that initial information, and they're willing to set up their utility close forward as well, just to be able to get that much more information, all that support towards the A-side players. But this time around, getting aggressive is not going to be favorable for Musab as he gets picked up. Storax, he's getting up to his own dirty work, though, as well. And now A-side seems to be the prospect.
Well, the Killjoy utility, though, it is going to stop them from gaining access to the garden once again, and once again they're forced to go back, rotate on towards a different side, but this time around they do have the advantage. There's no one at the B side, so it's all theirs for the taking. All they have to do is stop Abdur, stop the King from taking control, and they have managed to do that, have managed to trade him out, but Storax, he does get the kill on Tanatsa. Still have not been able to take the site, and Storax, 4 kills this round, as he will clean the rest of them up. And now 8-1. I mean, these rounds they're ending quite quickly. It's
yeah, seeming a bit like deathmatch for Mystic right now. And any signs of life that we saw earlier from Genesis after that timeout, it almost feels like Team Mystic, they've been bolstered even further. So how is that even happening?
Natsu has been holding his own though. 8-8. Has managed to get himself some decent kills, decent exchanges, but he can't be the only one that's doing that. As Shooter will take out Heather once again, at this time playing very aggressively. Oh, Shooter just has a spike in his range. As the rest of Genesis, they are going to go in towards the garden area. but they're flanked from all positions. The Qureshi will open up some space by taking out King, and now this is their opportunity. They have to go in.
Oh, this player tucked into the close corner is everything. Not anticipating him being right there. Musa playing that corner perfectly. Qureshi will fall, and that just leaves 2 players on the Genesis squad. And man, that was just a lot of pressure, right? They had to go get the spike as well. They just weren't able to get the aim duels either. Shooter with his perfectly timed aggression as well. Thatch has pretty much put a lid on the round already. I mean, maybe Genesis can have something to say about it, but
Daps, he's the only one alive. He does have the spike, but he's not rotating anywhere. He's sticking to his position.
I really like the play that Mystic are going for. They're varying the kinds of pushes they're doing, but they're consistently going for informational plays. So previously you saw King would be willing to use his Fade utility to try to gain access of the B main area, but this time around it was Shooter that just did it in a completely different fashion. Instead he just did it with mechanical ability, right? So on one side of the map you've got information plays off of utility. On the other side you've got mechanics being displayed at full force by Storax, where he's just trying to get things done with good old elbow grease. So lots of variability in that prospect, but they are keeping the pressure up, not letting Genesis ever be in that position where they get comfortable aim duels, never really allowing their individuals to shine. And yeah, really still playing strategically to some extent.
And now once again towards that garden. The swarm is there, but this time Qureshi is going to go right across it, but this is not really working out for them as Niklaus down to red HP, down to 30 HP. He'll get taken out by Storax. Qureshi will find that trade. But with Team Genesis all packed up in the garden, they'll be cleaned up by Team Mystic as the Omen's the only one alive. And he too will fall. I mean, they saw the Nanoswarm. They saw the Killjoy Nanoswarm and they chose to go through it. That's... I don't know, you know, that's some next level bravery, but it's not gonna work out for them. I mean, you simply can't make believe something happen for yourself. And now 10-1 as Team Mystic. I don't even think it's been 20 minutes since this game has started, and already it feels like it's going to be over soon.
Yeah. Would not want to be in Genesis's shoes. Oh, that's a mouthful. King, once again, going for lots of aggression towards B. And it's like there's not really too much variability in the play. Yes, there have been pushes all across the board, but it's just, okay, King, go push, Abdur, go kill, Storax, do your thing, right? There's not really been anything too advanced that has been brought to the table. And this directly feeds into your point about how there's never really a chance for most teams to bring out the best of Mystic, to really put them in a position where they're strategically pressured, right? And even that round, that just went by in a flash. We barely even got to cast over the gun round.
Yeah, I saw one player, he was just shooting at one spot.
Yeah, just down middle. Yeah, that was Abdur, right? He just I'm not sure, but yeah, I think he was just tapping away towards the middle. And you can see the kill distribution as well, right? They're going 15-7, 14-6, 14-5. Yeah, they're winning every single duel. They're getting 3 for the price of 1.
Yeah, and 11-1. I mean, sure, there is some shot, but I do not think that Genesis will be going further, as 11-1 is just too big of a deal. And
can't put an underdog down like that.
That is true. That
How
is true.
dare you not think that a team that has been getting slammed 11-1. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna stop memeing for now. Straight into the bomb site, go Mystic. This time on the attacker side, pretty much no challenge whatsoever as they get the bomb down. Musab, though, he's going to be overwhelmed, and with Qureshi having a response as well, suddenly we can get this talk started. Niklaus good for the first kill as well, 2 kills with the Sheriff, and suddenly, as soon as we started dunking on them, Mystic are having a bit of trouble. Genesis good for the second round and a comfortable defuse as well.
Yeah, that's. Oh, they didn't get the defuse. I mean, they should have gone.
Yeah. Come on, Talha. Did you get your 8 hours of sleep?
I did not. I did not. I forgot. I spaced
your
out.
daily recommended allowance of vitamins and minerals. I mean, knowing your
spaced
doctor and all.
out
Come
for
on.
a second, man. Come on. But you know, 11-2 now. But what I saw the last round, it was a bit disturbing because there was simply no stopping Team Mystic. They got a free side take. And sure, they lost out on the retake, but no one put up any sort of resistance towards them, and that you simply can't allow that to happen as we move on to some of these gun rounds where Team Mystic will be better prepared.
Oh yeah, Mystic, they're just gonna go balls to the wall, straight into the A side. Qureshi though, oh, nice use of utility there. The damage is actually gonna be good enough to kill both King and Musab, and Qureshi, he's just lining up the kills left and right now. Just a matter of time before Jin. Ooh, wait a minute. With Up there getting those 2 kills, suddenly we can still have a bit to talk about here.
Yeah, as Team Mystic will be rotating on towards the mid position. Genesis, though, they have still planted themselves on towards the SI, but with only 3 people remaining, with ample time, with 1 whole minute left for Team Mystic, they can go anywhere they want, and it seems like where they want to go is back on towards the SI.
Cover going out.
Yeah, it's going to be a
but-
delayed push as well. Up there, oh, he's taking a bit too much time crossing over. Natsu's good for both. And 11-3, the scoreline still.
I think Team Mystic are underestimating their opponents a little bit, because what we're seeing is them just running on towards the site, not really respecting the opponent's firepower, and they have paid for it 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, no, let me tell you what happened. They lost a pistol round and they lost a spectre round. Come on, man. You can't really double down on them not respecting their opponent until we see that gun round, right? I mean, they've got pistols right now. Genesis, when they get to that 4th, when we see those guns come out from Mystic, then suddenly we can start talking about whether or not they're actually being lax about their gameplay, right? They know it's a best of 1, and messing around is definitely not going to yield dividends. Bit of a slow play from Mystic now, though. They want to take full advantage of these sheriffs. Slow creep up onto a site. And Shooter will be the first man to take action. Storax, in the meantime, can't individually get anything done. There's a push brewing in from A as well, and while that does allow the chance at a bomb plant, it also means that there's going to be a lot of problems they're going to have to deal with when it comes time for retake.
Yeah, and Team Mystic, they are surrounded from all sides. They are going to be able to take 2 out. The KO down for the revive. They're going to try and take him out permanently. A Shooter is going to fall as well. The spike is planted, but they're all surrounded, and with all of them dead, that's going to be a comfortable defuse. And now, Team Genesis, having won their 4th round, it's certainly not something I expected, but I'm glad they're able to do it.
Yeah, this is where we can start having that talk,
Yeah.
right?
Niklaus with an operator.
Yeah, weapons now out for the Mystic squad. It's going to be a lot more difficult for Genesis from here on out, but you line a few rounds up, you know you're playing that defender side. Still, something could be stirred up in this spot. And remember, man, I'm a total sucker for underdog victories, so if there's anyone rooting for the little ones right now, it's me. But this 2-round margin is definitely not doing them any favors. Much faster pace this time around from Mystic, straight into the site. Shooter's the first man in, and the dash is going to allow for a very comfortable kill. Spike down as well, positions taken. Genesis down for the count.
Yeah, this retake is next to impossible. The KO, Omen, and Jet are alive. The Jet can choose to go in, but as KO falls as well, only 2 players, both are towards the CT spawn side, both positions revealed. And Team Mystic, they're very comfortable with this. Abdur, he is choosing to go in. He will fall to Heather. As Team Genesis, I think they're going for a save, but Mystic is chasing them down. Heather will fall, and yeah, they're definitely going for the chase here. As the Jet, as Niklaus, he's trying to get away. Not the most usual situations we're seeing. Oh, but he's gonna get one. Oh no, actually he dies. He should have gotten one though, because they did not know he was there.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, old man. They should put you in a Valorant retirement home. call count.
They did not see him. I mean, they had his backs to him. He should get that kill. If he's not going to get that kill, what kill is he going to get? And now, just one round remaining for Team Mystic to secure this. They are choosing to give off a lot of information to the other side, and with this immediately, Team Genesis, they are going to make their rotation. The Jet shooter, he dashes in, gets the kill onto Dibs. But Niklaus, he's going to trade two out. Both Shooter and King are dead. Natsu is going to take Storax out as well, and Musab. And now it's just Abdul remaining on the Omen. He's on the back lines. They don't know where he is. But they're on the hunt. They're on the lookout. They know he's not on the site. And he's made his way on towards CT spawn site. And is he going to stay there? Is he going to go from there? I think they have a pretty decent idea where he is. They're going to see his legs. He is going to crouch, but Heather, he's going to be taking him out. And now, 5 rounds won for Team Genesis.
Yeah, so this is about the up the same alley as we saw earlier from PPeaks, right? But this is being done against a much, at least on paper, much stronger opposition. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really have a good feel for how Salt is going to perform on the server when they are up against equal caliber opponents. So that's still a conversation we can have in the next game, which is going to be the grand finals, by the way. This is the decider for the second team. But yeah, Genesis, they've gotten themselves a bit of a lifeline going here. Not really much breathing room as Mystic. They're inching towards a... I say inching, but they've already gotten half of their foot over the finish line. Shouldn't be too surprising if it's a bit of a fast push here. Niklaus, lots of responsibility. He's going to peek right into the Sheriff from King. And suddenly, King is getting it done all by himself. Qureshi's the last line of defense, and he will fall. That is just pistols that have brought Genesis down to their knees. Mystic, beautiful work done. And this could be the last hurrah for Genesis as they move on to the site, rotating in from Heaven. The Prowler gives them some information, but this utility is not doing them any favors. Straight through Heaven. Shooter's going to be the redemption there. Daps will fall. And with this fade remaining, there is not a damn thing that Genesis can do. 13-5, and Team Mystic, they end up taking the second spot for the grand finals.
Yeah, Team Genesis, that's about as far as they go in their journey. But one thing is for sure, that they did perform a lot better than I thought they would. They did come out quite far ahead, and we saw a lot of potential come out from them, especially in those earlier rounds in the first half where they were able to put out that aggression and were able to take... Well, they didn't take those rounds, but they did demonstrate the kind of strategy that forced Exploit to play a bit more seriously against them. But... you know, we saw a timeout come out, and as soon as that timeout was over, it seemed that all of that potential, it faded away, and, you know, they struggled to perform after that.
Yeah, for a second, it kind of felt like this was going to be a lot closer game than we thought. First round, couple rounds in there as well that were a lot closer than we anticipated, so we thought, okay, once that timeout comes in, we might see a better performance, just as you said, right? That timeout, in fact, it kind of looked like it bolstered the performance of Team Mystic, and it was sort of just another day in the office, right? King just being an absolute beast, even that last round. I mean, I'm sure we're going to get to see it in the highlights. He got it all done with just a Sheriff. So, pretty much standard stuff for Team Mystic. I think this is what we expected coming into this. It's not like this massive storyline about Team Mystic just battling out against tough opponents or anything of that sort. In fact, no, it's quite the opposite. It's actually quite an easy slide into the grand finals. But what's really important to note here is that they've done it on in a best of one in the semifinals, right? So the reason that's very important is because it's very easy, even as the top team, to lose your composure, fall victim to one of those surprise picks. You have one of those games where your top players really aren't performing. You have one of those games where somebody's just being absolutely nutty on the server, and you can still end up getting knocked out. But it is time soon
for the big boy grand finals, which is going to be a best of 3. So that's going to be fun.
That is definitely going to be fun. I'm looking forward to seeing the Salt versus Team Mystic lineup happen again, or matchup happen again. It's something that's been, a sort of staple in the Valorant scene in Pakistan for a long time. It's always been, it's going to be Salt esports versus, back then it was Team Exploit, now it's Team Mystic. So it was always going to be those two. And time again, Salt failed to dethrone what was Team Exploit at that time. And time again, new contenders came in. There was Team Arrow who went up against them as well. They failed. Then we saw an underdog rise up. We saw them come up, Team Clarity at that time. We saw them become better and better as the tournaments passed. And then eventually they too, in Galaxy Racers, they beat Team Arrow, they beat Salt, eliminated Salt in before the playoffs, and then beat Arrow in the semifinals in GXR to face up against Team Exploit at that time, and they too lost. So, we've gone through all of the combinations, we've gone through all the possible lineups that Team Mystic have had to face, and each time Team Mystic have come out ahead. But now, it's another opportunity, it's another chance, and now Beast and Batsahab, who were no longer a part of Salt late last year, have now rejoined their roster as well. They have Darky as a sub, and having Darky, Jivix as a sub, right? And having Jivix, having a player like Jivix as a sub says a lot about your team.
Oh yeah.
Right? So I'm hoping that it's a new opportunity for them to take this away. HSB is not playing with Team Mystic right now. HSB is a veteran captain, so I'm hoping with that is a bit of a disadvantage for Team Mystic, especially now that they're going to be playing up against one of the big 3. So I'm hoping that with all of these things combined, that at the very least, Salt Esports they're able to take. At least take it to a game 3. At least give Team Mystic a run for their money.
I don't even think it's going to come down to the idea of just giving them a run for their money. In fact, I think Mystic might actually have a pretty close game against Salt. You talked about how Jivix being a sub, it's like sort of speaking volumes about the caliber of the rest of the team right now. And it's not like Team Mystic are full of players that have just been practicing left and right? Because, let's be honest, the Valorant scene in Pakistan wasn't exactly on an uprise, and that, of course, means that players tend to take some time away from the game. They're not going to have as many tournaments. They're not going to have too much to look forward to. But now, with this tournament, all of the pieces have sort of come together, and it's a bit of a reset for everyone, which means that now everyone has sort of a fighting chance, even if I would give the edge to Mystic just by a small margin. But it is time now for us to look at the highlights to see what has unfolded. Now, I do really want to see that Sheriff play from King, by the way, to close it out. But yeah, it's just going to be a firing gallery, right? Yeah, there's a couple kills there from Team Genesis as well, but for the most part, that was one of those big kills from Hubder where he was able to shut down a two-pronged approach all by himself. Yeah, so pretty standard stuff on the highlights.
Yeah.
Pew pew, bang bang, nice and easy. Yeah. Clean work done by Team Mystic. So not really too much to say about that game. I think Team Genesis just ended up not really having the firepower in many instances and getting... it's hard to say out-strategized because of a lot of the time it was just Team Mystic going for pretty standard pushes. Yeah. Being unable to punish that, of course, just comes down to timings and being able to being unable to mechanically outskill the opponents. So fair game to Team Mystic, just edging it out, very nice and clean. Now, any more thoughts on this, Talha?
I mean, I'm proud of how far Team Genesis did come along. I mean, sure, they did lose out, but 155 teams registered for this tournament for the Red Bull Campus Clutch. Mm-hmm. They managed to make it in the top 4, and they lost out to what is arguably the best team in the Valorant scene right now. So that's the takeaway for that is certainly not a downer. They should have their heads held high. As I'm sure there are going to be plenty of opportunities. I mean, GameBird is an all-encompassing esports platform. I'm sure they're going to present a lot more opportunities in the future for these guys to show us their mettle.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's just like a quick reminder, right? I mean, GameBird, the guys responsible for this live stream. I mean, I just have one question for the guys, though, right? I mean, why would you stream this on YouTube when the last 2 games we've seen could have very easily been wrapped up in Instagram stories? No, okay, that's a little harsh.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
yeah. Okay, so we can meme on PPeaks, but we can't meme on everybody else. Okay.
Yeah, we
Dish
can't,
out the
we
memes.
can't.
You've got to take the memes back. But I mean, the Genesis guys, they're amazing. Losing to the champions is definitely no laughing matter. It is it's definitely something to keep your heads held up high about. But we are going to be going to a short break now. Right after this, hopefully we're going to be back with an interview from the winners, Team Mystic, from this matchup right before we head into the grand final. So stay tuned, relax, grab a cup of coffee, popcorn, whatever it may be, because the grand final is going to be a tough one.
Choose your agent. Finding match. Spike planted.
सब एनिमीज को एक साथ नॉकआउट करना पड़ता है। जिसमें दम हो खुद को अनलीश करने का, वो हर चैलेंज को कॉन्कर करता है। जो सेट करते हैं अपने पैशन की टोन, वो खुद को अनलीश करके कहते हैं ब्रिंग इट ऑन। तो फिर अब जीत ऑन रिपीट का नारा लगेगा, क्योंकि गेमबर्ड पर सिर्फ ई गेमिंग का डंका बजेगा। ये पैशन की टोन यहाँ ई टूर्नामेंट्स और स्ट्रीमिंग का है सीन ऑन। सो विद गेमबर्ड, ब्रिंग इट ऑन। सब एनिमीज को एक साथ नॉकआउट करना पड़ता है जिसमें दम हो खुद को अनलीश करने का, वो हर चैलेंज को कॉन्कर करता है। जो सेट करते हैं अपने पैशन की टोन, वो खुद को अनलीश करके कहते हैं ब्रिंग इट ऑन। तो फिर अब जीत ऑन रिपीट का नारा लगेगा, क्योंकि गेम बर्ड पर सिर्फ ई गेमिंग का डंका बजेगा। ये पैशन की टोन, यहाँ ई टूर्नामेंट्स और स्ट्रीमिंग का है सीन ऑन। So with GameBird, bring it on.
Out like, oh my lord, when I roll out with all my dogs, every man henchman, every man large, man I speed up, man I go hard. When I roll out like, oh my lord, when I roll out with all my dogs, every man henchman, every man large. We push it, work, 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 work. We push it, work, 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 work. We push it, work, 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 work. We push it, work, 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 work.
Choose your agent. Finding match. Spike planted.
सब एनिमीज को एक साथ नॉकआउट करना पड़ता है। जिसमें दम हो खुद को अनलीश करने का, वो हर चैलेंज को कॉन्कर करता है। जो सेट करते हैं अपने पैशन की टोन, वो खुद को अनलीश करके कहते हैं ब्रिंग इट ऑन। तो फिर अब जीत ऑन रिपीट का नारा लगेगा, क्योंकि गेम बर्ड पर सिर्फ ई गेमिंग का डंका बजेगा। ये पैशन की टोन, यहाँ ई टूर्नामेंट्स और स्ट्रीमिंग का है सीन ऑन। सो विद GameBird, bring it on.
Welcome back, everybody. Break went a little bit longer than expected, but we jumped into one of the teleporters on Bind, and we came out looking like this. We've got the GameBird drip on now, so yeah, should be heading into.
it's a nice looking T-shirt. I mean, it has the Pakistan flag, has the GameBird logo.
Makes me look swole as well.
Yeah, I mean for you, yeah, I'm trying to get there.
Yeah, maybe not too much around the belly area. Kind of making me look like a chonker, but yes. We are going to be heading straight into the interview with Storax. Actually, the Observer just told me it's going to be a while before we head into it. But yes, thoughts on that last game, Talha. I know we've harped on and on about it, but you know, maybe somebody's tooling it late because they went ahead and grabbed a Red Bull in the breaks. So tell me.
I mean, it came out to be... you know, we had what were our hopes, which was that, you know, anything can happen in a best of one. Perhaps an upset would be nice to see and everything. But I think the game went pretty much as one would expect it to go. You know, just based on the metrics, just based on what exactly the opposition was in the form of Team Mystics, and you know, they were simply too big of an opponent to handle, and that's just what we saw.
Yeah, it really just came down to the good old BM in the chat where you type skill diff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it really never seemed like Genesis had any situations where they were really overpowering Mystic. I think there were maybe a couple instances where we thought, okay, Genesis, they've got a chance here. Maybe they can culminate something off the top of that first round. Maybe some of those duels were close enough to make something happen. But unfortunately, that is simply not going to pay the bills. But shouldn't be too long before we're heading into the interview, so you know we might be able to get sort of an inside look as to what Mystic were thinking. You know, you had your theories. You were talking about how there was pretty much no strategic depth being brought out from Mystic, and I'm sort of leaning towards that as well. And maybe you get a chance to ask Storax about that.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I think it's more about you know, what their game was actually telling us, rather. So even if you don't ask Storax, we know the answer to that already.
I don't know, man. Because think of it from this perspective, right? If it's a best of one, you might still be going all the way out just because you don't want to risk losing that, you know? Knowing that this is so important to Storax, knowing that this is so important to Shooter, there is not a chance that they're not going to be holding on to this with both hands, right? If we talk about specifically the storyline of Storax and Shooter within the context of winning the national finals of Red Bull Campus Clutch, is just so important to them because they were the ones that got knocked out in the finals the last time. They were the ones that were denied the chance to go to Spain to represent their country. So this redemption arc for them, this is very important. Not a chance that they're going to be letting it go without a fight. So especially in best of ones like this one, they will not be fooling around.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, as far as fooling around goes, they simply can't allow that to happen against Team Salt, right? Genesis, it's one thing to fool around against a team that you know that you're probably going to win up against, but against a team that you have to play well against, you know, there's simply no chance for you to mess around. You have to play your A game. There is no other way about it. Though their strategic depth will be revealed. You know, sooner or later against Salt at one point or the other.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you know, this prediction of ours could totally go the other way. Instead, it could just fall flat on their face, and we could see Mystic going ahead and having a landslide victory. But I would really like to see a position where we see the best of Pakistani Valorant before it comes down to the wire, right? Before the national finals conclude, I really wanted to go to that third map, or I really wanted to come down to the last wire on every single instant. All of those close duels, they need to happen right here, right now.
Yeah, definitely, and I would personally like to see an overtime come out. You know, I'm very used to seeing an overtime come out between Team Mystic and Salt Esports. You know, it's interesting, particularly because the last time we saw an overtime, there were 3 overtimes that took place before eventually Team Mystic managing to take the win against Salt Esports. So I would love to see something like that happen again.
Absolutely, but we are going to get a chance to hear it straight from the man. We've got an interview lined up with Storax. From the winning side, Team Mystic. How are you doing, Storax?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing amazing. I mean, after that match, I was just talking about how, you know, maybe instead of YouTube, we should be uploading these things on Instagram stories or Snapchat. I don't know, because of how quick your games go. But do you think it's going to be a similar case in the finals?
Of course, you know it for us.
Oh, that is okay. I like the confidence there, but you know, let's be honest. You've got a bit of a redemption arc going, right? I know that half of the 2 of the players from your team, they were able to make it through the national finals last year, but this time around, you've got something to prove, right? So you're not fooling around. What's your thought process going into this game?
I mean, we don't fool around like any day, even in scrims, tournament, and certainly not in a tournament like this. And I think for us, for our team, it's just another day at work.
Oh, so how are the nerves? How are the feelings around the camp right now? Because, you know, as spectators, as viewers, we really want to get that inside perspective on how the team is feeling. How are the comms coming along? How is the energy?
I mean, the team is hyped, and the energy going into this game is pretty good as well, and good vibes all around our team. I mean, there's a reason we're called the #1 team in Pakistan, and I mean, yeah.
I mean, I'm getting the feeling that you're pretty confident about this game. So best of luck to you, Storax. I do really want to get a chance to interview again in the finals. Well, after the finals, if you do end up making it through. But your competition is tough. Let's see if Salt Esports can give you a run for your money. Well, Talha, thoughts?
I mean, he mentioned that they don't fool around at any point, but again, you know, he didn't reveal whether they were using any of their strategies or not. So it was a bit of a mysterious answer where, you know, he simply said that they were trying their best, right?
Yeah,
but
and that's sort of like that's sort of as blunt of an answer as it can be, right? Not fooling around, not in scrims, not in tournaments, and certainly not in a tournament like this one, as to put it the way that Storax did. And rightfully so. Super important game for him. Redemption arc coming through. He's got his villain arc right now.
So, yeah, I'm really excited for the grand final, Salha.
Yeah, definitely. And that's how, like he mentioned, they're considered the best team in Pakistan, and that's sort of how you become the best, right? You don't fool around. You give it your all, whether it's practice or whether it's an actual competitive tournament. You have to play your best each and every single time. You have to perform each and every single time, and that's really how you become the best. So this interview, if there's any other team, any other player that actually wants to make it to that top level, I would suggest them taking a look at this interview, taking a look at Storax's answers, and just making some notes. Because if you want to make it to the Red Bull final, or if you want to make it to an international destination to compete against some other international teams, then you're going to have to do your best, whether that's practice or whether that's a tournament.
Absolutely. And heading into the next game, this is like I know we've been harping on about Mystic and this and that, redemption arc, 2 players continue to play, King, youngest player, whatever. But I think it's time it's time to pay a little bit of attention towards the perceived underdogs in this scenario, which is Salt. I mean, they're one of the oldest orgs. I think they're the oldest org now that is still in Valorant from Pakistan. And, they haven't really had international success in the same capacity as some of these players from Mystic have. So, while a redemption arc may be cool, just getting that first win on the board, that also speaks that also speaks volumes to me. There's something to be said. There's a lot of value to be derived from that. So, heading into this game, what do you think Salt are feeling?
I mean, I would hope that they're feeling prepared. I mean, they have, they sort of check out all the boxes, whether that is individual experience in their own roster. They have the teamwork. They've been playing with each other for so long. They've been playing against each other for so long. In the case of Beast and Batsahab, that they have that chemistry going for them as well. They know how Team Mystic function. Right, they've competed against them in so many of these grand finals, so many of these tournaments, and they have their own strategy worked out. They're as good on some of their own maps as Team Mystic are on either Ascent or Icebox. So it's really all come together for them, and I hope that they're able to use this to their own advantage this time around.
Yeah, now it shouldn't be too long before we end up heading on to the map. Agent select screen ready now. Ascent being the first map picked up. Now, I'm a little sad that we didn't get a chance to see the veto. Maybe I can get word from production on what that actually was, because I do want to see the pick and ban process as well, just to sort of get an idea of the thought process behind what they're canceling out. But yeah, thoughts, Talha?
Well, I mean, we're seeing a similar pick come out from what we saw in the last match between Team Mystic and Team Genesis. Both teams having picked themselves up that KO, both teams having that Neon for them, and both teams having that Killjoy. So, very standard coming from both teams. The attacking side, though, they don't have... Well, I mean, they do have the recon ability in the form of the KO, but they don't have the Sova, something that I'm very used to seeing on Ascent, simply because, the positioning in this map, it's one in which the attacking side will always be in range of the recon at the very start of the round, right? So you're very used to Sova throwing out that recon bolt, or starting with that recon drone to give you a fair idea of what's happening at the very start of the map, and that's something that they're not going to have this time around.
Yeah, but you know what? Let's not count them out. I mean, we get a chance to look at the rest of the agents as well, right? So, I mean, talk me through this. If you don't have that Sova, what are you looking at instead?
I mean, you have the KO, but the sort of disadvantage of the suppression blade is that it's not really a mobile ability like the one that the recon drone is, because you can move around with the recon drone. So how you play against the KO is that you just, you stand a little bit further back than and start a little bit further back, and the KO suppression blade is not going to spot you out, right? So that's one disadvantage. But as far as lineups go, they're both pretty even, because they both have that Killjoy, they both have that KO, they both have the Duelist and the Neon available, and the Omen. So it's going to be a fair-sided matchup, I would like to say, and it's really going to come down to who executes better. And Ascent, it's been Team Mystic's home ground for so long. That and Icebox. So Salt Esports, I'm going to have to say that they're going to have to step up just a little bit if they want to take this. And I have a feeling that the first half is going to decide how the rest of the game goes. Because as we've seen with Team Salt time and time again, they do suffer a bit from morale issues, right? If things are not going their way, they tend to falter down a bit. And Team Mystic, they don't suffer from that. Time and time again, we've seen them able to reconcile with what's going on in the game. They're able to come back. They're able to become better and stronger than they were before.
Yeah, absolutely. I think morale is going to be one of the biggest indicators of how this game is going to go. First half, super important, and you said it rightly so. But we're going to be heading straight into the game to see how the action is going to unfold in the grand final, Salah.
Yeah, I'm looking excited that this is the best of three that we've, I'm sure not just us, but everyone who's watching has been waiting for. Salt and versus Team Mystic. It's always been a fan favorite to see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Salt, OG Org, Mystic, OG players, and I really like the fact that we've got so many storylines sprinkled into this. Right, you've got King, who's going to potentially be the youngest talent to represent Pakistan on the international stage. You've got two returning, you've got two champions that are defending their title, who've already qualified last year, and you've got two players that were knocked out last year who are now on the redemption arc. On the other side, Salt, they've not really caught as many wins in general, and sort of their chance to get their first strike going. Now, it's pretty common to see a fade setup on both of these squads because it just makes so much sense to be able to clear out so many of these close corners. You were talking about Sova earlier, but if you've got a KO, if you've got a fade, you can basically get the same job done, and you'll also have some additional utility that that Sova will not be able to provide. So I really don't knock anyone for that kind of commitment there. Definitely a little bit more line in with the current meta. I think we are seeing a bit of a technical timeout though before the action ensues. It's interesting that you mentioned that they've got the similar setup, right? Because if you've got a similar setup, you pretty much have the exact same attack and defense setup. You don't have you don't really have any excuses. So seeing a mirror matchup in the grand finals of a tournament as important as this one, that just speaks fun to me. It's never going to be the case where you're like, oh, maybe it would have gone differently if it was a different composition. Oh, they couldn't get into a site because they didn't have a Viper. Note, see PPeaks. It's never really going to come down to it. It just comes down to the raw individual ability and how they will synergistically appear on the server.
Yeah, it also goes to show that both of these teams are very well aware of what they need to do in order to fulfill the win conditions for this map, right?
Now, there's something I did want to talk about, Dalha. It's the fact that heading into this game, we aren't actually looking at potentially the best players on paper in Pakistan, right? Because there's so much conversation about Trans HSB, the Criminal being knocked out of the tournament early, that the grand finals wouldn't be as competitive as they should have been, and this also sorts of detract from what Storax and Shooter wanted to bring to the server, right? If you want to have your redemption arc, you want to do it against the players that knocked you out in the first place. So those players being absent, it makes me a little sad, but at the same time, it gives Salt the chance to show us as much of a competition, to prove to Mystic that they're just as worthy of being the grand final opponents as their potential matchups could have been. So, super important storyline around here around for Shooter as well. He was the man on Mystic that was considered, back in Exploit, he was considered basically the best duelist in Pakistan, and I think even to this day, He's just considered one of the best riflers, one of the best duelists, and the fact that he wasn't present at the first international appearance for Pakistan, that really hurt for him, right? So in that sense, Redemption Arc is going on full force. Just a little disappointing that it doesn't end up being against the players that knocked them out in the first place. But yes, once again, the massive underlining allowing for Salt to prove themselves as worthy competitors as well. Interestingly enough, you know, normally when you would see, look at a game, look at a grand finals, you would expect that the top dog team is the one that has the organization, right? But no, it's actually the underdogs, Salt, that are the only team in the tournament that actually have an org backing them, and Team Mystic. Here's going to be getting things done the old-fashioned way, a 5-stack, but here it comes. Stranger gets a little aggressive over towards A main. It was a bit of a long pause, but hopefully we get to see a lot of action here in the grand finals. Bomb not truly being committed just yet.
Yeah, but there's already one player down on the side of Team Mystic. Very early on, and it is the Killjoy. And I mean, sure, Killjoy a lot better on the defensive side, but the defenders, they do have that. Team Salt has the Killjoy available, so at the very least, you know, this will force out Team Mystic. Now, the good thing is that the Killjoy utility, it's been placed on the A side. Typically, what you would see is that the turret is placed on the B side, usually, at least, you know, as far as the pistol round goes, because the turret is very difficult to take out with the pistol. But over here, it's on the A side, and Team Mystic, they're going to walk right into it.
Oh, this position from Beast is everything. He's not going to expose himself until the last few seconds. And with 15 seconds on the clock, they're heading into the bomb site. They don't realize that Beast is lurking in the shadows. And what a fitting agent to have picked up, because from the shadows emerges Omen. Takes down 2, but the bomb gets planted. King, good for 3, and he's already delivering. That's the ace as well, and that is 5 kills for the young player.
I mean, that's not something you would expect. You wouldn't expect a player to get an ace the first time around. I mean, what a way to start the best of 3.
Not messing around. Not messing around. The 1 in his name is for the fact that he's the #1 in Pakistan right now, at least in my opinion, and he's proving it right. Back on the lands, back over towards the Galaxy Racer tournament, he was destroying everyone, and knowing that Salt outplayed them completely in this first round, and King still ends up just elbowing it out with an ace. That is marvelous stuff, and King is proving exactly why there's so much faith put in him.
And now, Team Mystic. Oh no, Butts
Oh my God.
getting 2 kills. Musab and Shooter, they're down. They were not looking at him. They were looking towards the garden area as Butsab falls back, having dealt the damage that he needed to deal. And now, Team Mystic, they're again forced on the back burner. And this time, it is King himself who is entering the mid area. He will come across the KO though.
Yeah, at least the line's been brought back a bit closer, and we're seeing a much slower style of gameplay from Mystic as opposed to what we were seeing compared to Team Genesis in the previous matchup. They're willing to draw out the timer quite a bit, and Butsob's 2 kills that he's gotten initially, they've been nullified by the fact that Mystic have immediately brought it back.
30 seconds.
Yeah, and with the Spectre advantage that they have against the pistols, it's going to be very difficult for any sort of retake potential from Team Salt. They are going to come across Omen. Beast, he does take Storax out,
Still waiting.
but still, 2 players alive.
Last player standing.
Oh, actually, only 1 player alive now. He does have the Bulldog, and Team Salt, they haven't been able to recover any of the guns just yet.
Yeah, Abder's going to have to go big in this 1 versus 2 if he doesn't want them to transgress on the second round. It started off with just a couple Sheriff pops with Butsob's excellence, and Abder's missed a couple important shots, which allows Beast to come up with a triple and secure the round.
That was a good retake by Assault. I mean,
Thrifty.
it was a 2-on-2 situation. They played it slow, played it smart, allowed some of the distraction, you know, constant synchrony with the two remaining players, one coming from the garden, one coming from the spawn side. And that's really what got them. But now, I mean, the good thing is that, you know, multiple of Salt's players are showing up, and we're seeing Team Mystic kind of struggle here a bit because, sure, King is 7-1, but King alone can't carry all of the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's very early to say in the game, but it almost feels like Salt have brought it back to the original timeline, right? They weren't expected to lose the pistol round to begin with. The fact that King was able to eke it out just with some good old-fashioned hard work and an ace. Second round should have been Salt's anyway. So yeah, they've kind of brought it back almost. Mystic, very comfortable with playing this slow, just allowing 2 prongs over towards the A site, 3 players huddling over towards the garden area, while 1 waits with the spike all the way in the back. Butsob, information given up as he's tagged by the nade from KO. And slowly but surely the rotations have been drawn in over towards the A site, which is not where Mystic want to end up.
Mystic, they're moving on towards the mid position, and it looks like they're, oh, this is a 3-player flank that they're going for, but they will spot out the jet. As Darky is able to find Storax over here. Batsahab is trying to get the kill, will exchange to his pistol and take out King, and now it's 3 down, 2 down. But Musab, the only one finding anything, and Godchild and Stranger will clean the rest of them up. A very convincing round from Salt Esports to let them come into the mid position, let them come in towards the CT spawn site, and that's when they took control, flanked them from all positions, and Team Mystic, they simply did not have an answer as they were boxed in. And, you know, Team Salt, they're doing very well, but this is where things become complicated. This is where we see the first gun round come out. I mean, sure, it's a full buy of Salt Esports versus not a full buy. I mean, 3 light armors on the side of Team Mystic, but it's more than enough to see where this game stands at the full potential of both the teams. As King gets an early kill onto Batsahab, and Storax gets a kill on the Stranger. Beast the only one to find something, does trade out with him getting a kill on the Shooter, and that will put a halt on the aggression of Team Mystic as they are forced to go back.
Yeah, it's almost as if you never really expect Mystic to be the one that tucks their tails and walks away from a fight, but the amount of respect they're giving to Salt is just a testament to how good Salt are playing as well. KO quite low on the HP, still doesn't really take him out of commission though, and Mystic, after abandoning B for quite a while, they'll return right back to it. Just an Omen waiting with rotations coming in as well. Killjoy responsible for holding down A site all by their lonesome. And here it comes, at least they've made the right bet.
And now they're going all in. Team Mystic going to jump on towards the side, but they're going to get 2 down. Up there finding both the return kills, and now with only 1 player alive, the Killjoy, they know where she's coming from. They know that he's there towards the CT spawn site, so he has to be very careful. But he's not even going to spot King, as he will take Darky out. And now 2-2. The first gun round, the first time we actually see both teams at their full potential. Team Mystic do take it from there, evening the scoreline out. But they did suffer heavy casualties, so they're not going to have as well of a buy this time going into it. And Batsahab will have himself an operator. I mean, we've seen what Batsahab can do with the operator before, right? He does perform really well on it. I mean, sure, Shooter is the person in the country who's the best with the operator, but he's not really performing that well this game. 0-4 for him. As Batsahab plants himself on towards the mid position. Omen, Beast going in for that flank, as he will. If he chooses to go left, if he chooses to go towards the A side, he will come across Shooter. And he will take him down, but there are more people over there, and they are chasing him. He has smoked his position out, so that was brilliantly done. He managed to take Shooter out, and then immediately he didn't fall for the greed of going in for more kills. He immediately backed off and went towards the garden.
Find you.
Gonna be a slow build-up as Mystic start to reaggress areas. There's a lot of information that Salt have gained courtesy of the Fade peeking into B main. And the sightline down middle from Jet also allows them to have quite a bit of comfort going into this as soon as the shoulder peek from Stranger pays off dividends. That's going to be the first warning shot. There it is, one tap as well. The utility now being deployed. And while Stranger is suppressed, it's not even going to matter. Mystic, they're feeling a little locked out. 30 seconds on the clock and they'll have to back off. They have to route their efforts towards the A site, but this is looking next to impossible. Salt, they've got their pieces all in the right place, but this teleport into Garden might just be the difference maker. Beast, though, is nullifying any prospect of that happening as they move into the site. Godchild also nicely postured himself to be able to come in as a second prong on the reload. Beast eventually falls, but Stranger's there to pick up the final pieces. And Salt, this is a way more contested game than the previous ones.
Yeah, and I mean, the strategy that we're seeing out from Salt Esports is giving them, you know, it's placing Team Mystic on the back burner quite a bit. I mean, we saw it in the last round. The 3 players that were remaining, they simply did not know what to do, and they made a botched attempt for the A side that did not work out very well. I mean, and we're seeing Shooter struggle quite a bit as well. 0 and 5 now. He really needs to step up because he is, you know, one of the best players. His team does rely on him to get those frags and those pick-offs, especially on an agent like Jet. He needs to be the one that makes space for the rest of his team. His team Mystic, they're going to go all in towards the B side. They're going to encounter very little resistance over here as the majority of Team Salt, they're still rotating into it. And King finds the only player on towards the B side. This is now theirs for the taking as 4 players from Team Salt are now locked out of the side courtesy of that Omen smoke. And now they're all boxed in.
Oh. Nice shot from Budsub to start things off. Ultimate is also there, which allows them much more free positioning towards the B site. And Mystic are just trying to hold on to this tooth and nail. King will fall. Musab is banking on this flash being a lot more useful than he anticipated. Shooter gets nullified in A main as well. Musab now trying to hold on to dear life, but Godchild is too good. 3K for the man.
I mean, Team Mystic, I mean, sure that they didn't have the guns going into that round, but the fact is that they managed to take that site. You know, only 1 player was there. They managed to take care of him, and then they simply botched it because there were 3 players on towards the side of the CT spawn, and they simply allowed that retake to happen in a way. I mean, it's very difficult to force 3 players in from a 1 position and not have any response to that.
Yeah, you know what? I'm really enjoying this game, Talha, because Salt, they're, you know, Storax was going into this fully confident. I'm sure when you've talked up a game like that, you gotta deliver, right?
Yeah, and Salt, they are delivering. As Butsab finds another kill onto Shooter. Shooter is now 1 and 7 right now, not having a good time this game. And now, once again, they're forced to back off. But Butsab missing 1 shot of his own. Should not feel too bad about that, as he is providing some amount of stopping power.
Consistently, the pattern seems to be that Mystic have to scurry away, back off into the comfort of the remaining bomb site. And every single time they go for the initial approach, Salt just seems to shut them down. Utility has been perfect from Salt. Initial openings, they've been great, and I don't think Mystic were expecting this kind of firepower, Talha. Just
yeah, it's certainly a version of Salt that we have not seen before.
Now, onto the B site we go. 30 seconds on the clock. Yeah, this is going to have to be a doozy. This is going to have to be a lot faster, which means that there's a chance for mistakes. Mystic want to push straight through. Flashbang delays their progress as well, and with 15 seconds, now they've telegraphed exactly what they're going for. The Fade ultimate, though, could allow opportunities. Stranger's good for 2, and now they're desperately getting onto the site. Musab's good for the second frag as well. Beast, immediate response. Bomb has been dropped. 5 seconds remaining, and there's not a damn thing that the remaining member can do. King You might be able to defy the odds, but you can't defy the timer.
Yeah, and they're gonna take him out as well. This is very troubling. I mean, Salt are winning some of these rounds in a way that doesn't even seem close. You know, it's and now we see a timeout come out from the attacking side from Gunner. Surely there's something wrong, because Team Mystic, this is not how we're used to seeing them play.
It's crazy because, you know, we've been talking up so much about the redemption arc that can come through from Mystic, right? We're talking about, oh, King's going to be one of the youngest players to go international, and Storax, redemption arc, shooter, this and that. But, you know, real life is not like fairy tales. And this could all fall apart. You don't get that ending every single time. And you could potentially see a world where Storax, he gets denied a second shot at Red Bull Campus Clutches final. Shooter has the same thing happen. King doesn't make the debut. The defending champions don't get a chance to make it through. And maybe the players that have been putting so much time and effort without reaping any of the previous rewards, they end up crossing the finish line. That could very well be the case, and we could be seeing that unfold right now.
I mean, that's a lot to digest, man. As now, timeout is over, and I'm hoping the Team Mystic, they figured some of their things out. They figured what they need to do different, as they will be making a different approach this time towards the A side. This time, being careful about any flanks that might come out. And now, Neon will. Oh, but Batsahab has the operator at the ready for King. He will see him, and he will get him. As King, he's going to fall. And Batsahab will move back. Team Mystic now. Oh, the Jet dashes in towards the side, but Batsahab is there with the operator. The smoke is going to push them back just a little bit. Perhaps Team Mystic were just checking for how ready Salt were in their response.
I mean, not really much we can say about this round. Yes, previously we've seen King come away with many different pistol rounds that are a little bit more than he could have bargained for, but with how consistently and safely Salt are playing this, I don't really think that's going to be one of those cases. Yeah, Storex and Shooter immediately go down.
No.
Not a chance for Shooter to use that ultimate either.
Down A.
It's Abdur. He's the only one remaining. But what does he do against 5 players? Oh wow, and they didn't land a single shot on them. Team Salt, they're all at 100 health. 6-2 now. And it doesn't seem that Salt are letting up. It seems that they've brought more than their A game. As Team Mystic, they're struggling. They took a timeout as well. They thought that they had their everything figured out, but really they're playing against a new Salt. They're playing against a different team altogether.
It's kind of strange to see Mystic be in the position that generally underdogs are in when we see Mystic sort of being the ones that are dishing out the damage. It's very, very unorthodox to see these players being pressured to this degree. I think we've seen them be pressured in comebacks. We've seen very few upsets of this sort. But you know what? In the grand scheme of things, this doesn't really appear as an upset to me. In fact, I mean, we haven't had Pakistani Valorant action in so long that it's really been difficult to track the individual metrics of players. We've not really gotten a chance to see how they're performing. Yes, some of the Mystic players have had performances in international tournaments, but within the local circuit, the competition is always going to be very intense. So this sort of like takes me back to thinking about, like, let's say Russian teams in CS, right? You could have a team that is just destroying everybody internationally, but when it comes down to the local competition, you're always going to see close games. You know, you've got players that you're scrimming with, you've got players that you know, you understand their communication really well, and it seems like you almost have a really solid read on what your own countrymen are doing, right? So I don't think people realize how different games are when you're playing against local opponents. You could be the best international team in the world, but when you play on your home ground, those players that have grown up alongside you, the ones that have been inspired by you, the ones that have sort of been your scrim partners and all that, they're going to give you a difficult time, and this seems like it's the case once again. Salt looking like a really strong contender here.
Yeah, and I mean, I've never seen Shooter not perform well in the match, and it's particularly surprising because, you know, on the side of Salt Esports, there's Beast who has, I think, more than a 4 KDA right now.
Yeah, it's
And
14-3 right now.
He's playing a controller. He's not even playing the role of a duelist. His job is to stay alive to you know, bring out those smokes. He's not operator. He's not playing you know, as Batsahab, who's playing very aggressive and coming out with those frags.
Yeah, that sort of plays into how well he's playing, right? Because if you're Omen and your job is to individually lock down a site and you're sitting 14-3, that is an indicator that players simply aren't making it into your bomb site. You're staying alive, and you're staying alive long enough for either A, the round to end while you're there, or B, for your teammates to arrive just in time to save your life. So either your life's being saved or you're killing everybody. So
Either way, it's a win-win.
yeah, it's pretty much a win-win all across the board. Just beautiful work being done by the Omen on the defender side. And really, not too much to say about Mystic. I do think that they would favor, like, I mean, this is coming from a totally non-expert opinion since I'm not as big on Valorant as a lot of these players. Their pace seems to be a lot more out of their comfort zone, you know? Mystic, they're sort of a team that hits fast, they hit hard. But on the flip side of things, we're seeing them take this very slow and methodical approach, which allows Salt to sort of play their own game, as cliche as it might be. You see them getting into aggressive positions, stopping pushes before they even happen, getting a lot of information, and if we're talking about, let's say, pushing into a site, these site plays are coming in so late that Salt can feel very comfortable deploying their utility late round. You can see how comfortable their Omen can get, just nestles himself into the back of the bomb site because he knows that if there's only 20 seconds remaining, he knows where the brunt of the action is going to come through. Back into the game though. No longer a timeout, up there with the opener, and not something that has been very precedented.
Yeah, and this time it's Team Mystic that has gotten the first kill onto Beast, punishing him for hitting them so hard. And now Shooter, he's going to go all in. He will find the kill onto Darky, but Godchild going to trade out with King. The door is going to come down, but Stranger, he will find the kill onto Abdur. And as Plant will come out, a 3v2 situation
Enemy remaining.
with only one player alive, and Shooter will be taking him out as well. So, I mean, that was a very quick round. I kind of struggled a bit to figure out what was going on. As Team Mystic, they came in from all sides, managed to take, secured themselves the garden area and the site itself. Did not allow Salt Esports to even have a chance to come in. And Shooter, he has made a bit of a comeback as well. This is what we'd like to see.
Yeah, and this sort of plays into what I was talking about earlier, right? When Mystic play at their own pace, when they're having these faster rounds, they actually get to exercise some of the individual capacities they have. So King being allowed to get kills, Storax being allowed to get kills, Shooter being mobile enough to get opening frags. That's only going to happen when you give them the space to do just that. Just playing in a very huddled style where you're playing super passively, that is not going to work if you're in Mystic shoes. Now, granted, this is going to be a little bit more defender side, so we might be seeing a completely different outcome when the sides switch. But Salt, they've put up a really good fight so far. Whether or not they're going to be able to continue relies on whether or not Mystic continue to put on the pressure, and if Salt can find out the necessary adjustments they must make to this wrench in the works that Mystic have brought forward.
Yeah, Team Mystic, they have... It's ironic how they slowed things down a bit by spacing things up. I mean, I know it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it seems that they have figured out what they need to do in terms of strategy, and this is, I think, what we're seeing, right? We were talking about not many teams being successful at forcing Team Mystic to reveal their strategy, but I think that's what they're being forced to do right now. And so what Salt do next is what's going to be defining this game. This game one, or rather the entire best of 3, really. Because how they respond to this adaptation by Team Mystic is really what's going to help them win. As we see another timeout come out. The Killjoy lockdown is available, but so is the KO's ultimate. So, you know, the Killjoy lockdown, it's usually touted as a game securing or a round securing ultimate, but really it doesn't work against the KO ultimate. So, you know, both those things go hand in hand. So really it's a nullifier for both the sides.
It's a little rough to see technical timeouts like this one, especially, you know, when you see the game, the pace of the game starting to pick up.
Yeah, round after round, I mean, it must get a bit detrimental for the players. Would help them figure out some of their strategy though. But now we are going to head back into it as Team Mystic choosing to divide themselves 2-2 towards each side. One player positioning himself to take on the middle side. Very essential role because you know, mid side is often where potential flanks come from.
Mystic aren't really set up in the way where they can go for some kind of early fast play simply because they have their resources spread quite thin. But I do think they were banking on potentially getting that early frag. At the very least, they've given off information towards both bomb sites, which means that decisive rotations will be very difficult to come by if you're in Salt's shoes. Here we go. Bomb, now going towards the A side.
Yeah, and now Team Mystic, they're choosing to pool in all of their resources towards the A side. Team Salt, they're not really prepared for this as they don't know what Team Mystic are doing. Two of their players are towards the B side, but now with that information revealed with the KO using his ultimate, they are going to know what's going on as Beast is able to hold them all off, finding 2 kills, and 3 players from Team Mystic are going to fall. 4 down actually, as Killjoy is the only one remaining with Storax, the last one to fall. I mean, that's not what you expect once the KO ultimate goes out. I mean, they were at an advantage, 5 versus 3. 2 of Team Salt's players were not on that side, but Beast, I mean, that absolute legend, he was able to put a stop to Team Mystic by finding those 2 kills, and that's really all they needed. He's now 16-5, really stepping up this one. And look at Darky's score, right? 2-7, which is not good, but if you remember Darky, he's always been, you know, the controller that outperforms his role each and every single time. We're used to seeing him frag out, but the fact that his team is able to do it, it's proving to be disastrous for Team Mystic.
Yeah, time after time they lose their first member. And you can see the Mystic once again, even with measly weaponry, they're trying to go for something here. Flashbang to a grass beast, doubling up with a teammate. Cotchild getting a little too eager here, but King in the meantime has crossed over. I mean, this should pretty much be a wrap-up, right? Yes, the B side is given up, but I mean, you've got the numbers. There's not much weaponry on the onto the players on attack as well.
Oh, we're seeing the Stranger Odin come out. Oh no, man, this is.
Yeah.
Do you remember Calyx Cup? Do you know what this guy did? Just picking up that Odin and you know, spraying the wall until everyone dies.
Oh yeah, he's just.
They even put it on
built
their
different.
intro video. You know, there's an intro video of him out there doing that. And I mean, the Odin is where this weapon is actually pretty good on this map, because the B side, the only entrance to the B side is through a wall that you can just simply spray down. Now, how it works is usually with the Sova, in combination with that recon drone, or rather that recon bolt, but working just as well right now. 8 and 3. No sign of relenting anytime soon. And we're going to see it.
Yeah, I think he just might, but look at this Beast. In the meantime, he's slipped past the defenses, rather the offenses, and Musab has fallen the bomb. Now in control of Salt.
Oh, he
Beast
is going
has
to be
tucked
flanked
himself
though.
into a corner. Doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter that there's utility coming his way because he's gained so much space. There is it. There it is. The potential headshot and it connects. But
Oh.
immediately following it up with the operator shot and the shot.
How does he get that kill?
Oh, that is disgusting from the side of Salt, and they're just about to get away with 9 rounds on their defender side. Mystic, they have got their work cut out from them, and if you're Storax, if you're Shooter, you are sweating right now.
Yeah, that is, you know,
Switching sides.
for an intermediate team to allow that to happen, that's fine. But I mean, if you're Team Mystic, how does someone kill you with an operator, switch up to a shotgun, and then get you with that as well? That's simply a mistake that you have to punish. And if you're unable to do that, then you're going to find that you're going to be going home. And 9 and 3 right now, and that is perhaps the biggest weakness that I've seen from Team Mystic all game long.
Yeah, all day. I mean, all tournament long potentially. There's now that's a pretty big deficit, right? Understandably so. But Mystic, now that they're playing on the defense, they've got to get this pissed around, and perhaps they can build something off the back of it. You know for a fact that Mystic are very fond of going for these well-timed aggressions. Salt going to be ready for it, though. Early attempts at getting information. The defense being pushed off. Rotation starting to come in as well. Stranger, though, he's getting the opening frag. And now, do they put the pedal to the metal? Stranger's the first man in through the smoke. Stranger, he's opened up the bomb site. And now Beast getting the plant down means that Mystic have to go for a 3v5 retake. At least Storax makes it more palatable. King, once again, the primed Pistolero is trying to make things more palatable. And 3v3, very doable, but the positions are good. Beast gets 1, King gets 3. He's just been so good on these pistol rounds, but he just can't quite cut it out. Last man remaining, Buttsob on the frenzy. He just needs to get the right timing, but Storax will put an end to it. Mystic, what a retake.
Only 22 HP. I mean, that's what really allowed Team Mystic to win. Even though it was a 3v5 retake, 3 of the players on Team Salt, they were very low with red HP. That's really what helped them win that first round. They did not look very good at the start though, but I'm glad they were able to do that. Now at least they have some room to play around with. Now at least they can win this second round as well at the back of those 4 Spectres that they're going to buy. Or rather, I think Shooter should get a Spectre as well. He usually waits till the end of the round to buy something. But this should be their round for the taking as well. And potentially with that, they can close down on that lead. Or rather, they're choosing to go for that Vandal, perhaps expecting to play with that in the next round as well.
That is the big difference, though. This round right here, this pistol round had to be the difference maker in morale, right? If Salt was able to get past this, they would be at 10, they would subsequently be at 11, and there's no chance that they would lose their lead off the back of that.
Yeah.
But Mystic suddenly have a window of opportunity here. Ooh.
They have to play careful though. They've chosen to buy Vandals this round, and they simply cannot lose that. It's going to be very difficult for Team Salt to make it happen, considering they only have blisters to play around with. So they're really going to be looking at Butsahab to perhaps get a headshot or 2 off of the back of the sniper. I mean, really 2 or 3 kills, and that would be perfect for Team Salt. Oh.
Okay, we can have the drums rolling now. There's the first kill. King responds to Swift, however.
I wonder if he got that shot across the wall.
Unsure. I didn't actually catch that, to be perfectly honest. Look at where the spike's headed. A site, actually a legitimate chance because both of those players are huddling around gardens. And Musab has actually allowed Stranger to slip past. Really good on the walk. I think Musab is expecting it though. But the smoke has telegraphed it. Don't think it's possible for them to get the bomb down, but Musab wants to prevent this flashbang failure, but it doesn't even matter. Press forward. still desperately trying to get this bomb out of the hands of Salt, but the door will shut right on his face. And with the spike down, even though Salt have a very small chance of winning the round,
Oh.
still quite a bit of damage.
I mean, 2 players down. That's not so bad. Brought the Omen down to red HP. I mean, for sure, Team Salt, they were going to lose this round anyway, but the fact that they got that spike plant off, the fact that they took 2 out, they should be more than happy with that. The good news is for Team Mystic, though, is that they're only at a 4-round disadvantage now. But now this is where things heat up. This is where both teams have access to a full buy. This is where Team Mystic need to keep the momentum going, need to keep winning these rounds. Because, you know, as soon as they hit that number 10, that's the major morale boost that you get, you know. As soon as you hit that number 10, you're so close to making it to match point.
Bring them down. I have the spike.
Oh, Shooter getting that first frag out.
Oh, you can
King
see how
getting the
aggressive
second
they're
kill.
getting. They're comfortable now. You can see Mystic are starting to flex their muscles, and they're seeming to be a bit overbearing for Salt, if anything.
Oh. No loss this round, but King getting 4 kills and Storax finishing it off with the 5th. That was a very convincing round from Team Mystic. And now 9 and 6, and Team Salt, they're kind of faltering a bit. I mean, it's still too early to say.
It makes sense though, right? Defender side was expected to be a lot stronger for both of these teams, but the problem is this could have been a much better conversion had they gotten the pistol round, right? They botched a 5 versus 3. So if they have a chance at closing this entire series out, if you give up a map like this, that is just very disheartening. If you look at the individuals though for Mystic, I mean, King is just an absolute beast.
Yeah, he's really keeping this game together for them.
Yeah, he's sitting on 18 kills right now. The second follow-up is on 9, so definitely a big difference there.
But this time around though, King, he won't be there. So his team will need to make something happen without him. As Musab will fall too. 2 players down already. They're going to make their way on towards the site. Butsahab leading the fray. As Team Mystic, they're forced towards the back of the site. The Killjoy smoked out. They will be able to get 2 kills over here with Abdul and Shooter taking out both Butsahab and Godchild. The duelists are out. And Team Salt, they're forced back, but Beast is going to intercept them. Not going to be able to find anything as Storax takes him out as well. Darky. Oh.
That was everything.
Yeah,
Beast could have actually ended everything because he had the right angle. He just had to hold the angle. But a couple shots being missed will make all the difference. Now, Spike still in control of the last remaining member.
Shadows traveling.
Stranger onto the site.
30
Plant
seconds
down.
left.
Up there wants to deny it.
Spike planted.
Maybe the Stranger still has a shot here, but Shooter will make sure that none of those shenanigans will play out. Mystic.
That was a perfect opportunity for Team Salt to win that round. I mean, they took out King very early on. They managed to take another player out, but I'm not sure where it went wrong for them. I mean, they managed to smoke out the Killjoy from entering the site towards city spawn side. Managed to box 2 players in on towards the B site in the pit. But despite of that fact, they just simply died. They simply got outgunned despite of the fact that that Beast was waiting for them on the CT spawn side, despite of the fact that Darky was waiting for them as well. And now it's the lead, which was 9 and 3 at one point, is now 9 and 7. And Team Mystic now, it doesn't seem that they're going to let up. So the question is whether or not Salt can come back from this. We've talked about some of the morale issues that they do have issues with, but they cannot let that overpower themselves as they are so close to victory. As again, Salt Esports are going to make their way. The Neon Ultimate does come out.
Bit of a hiccup in the progress here for Salt. And I think they realized that it took a little too long. Missed utility by the KO as well. A little silly there, but Doesn't really matter too much. Now, Salt, no, they've got a second opening there. They want to push right in. Utility being expressed as well. King just being an absolute menace there with a 3K. He holds down Mouse 1 and eviscerates the opposition. And he could have a chance at more, playing off the back site. 3v2. Salt, as they walk in, they'll have to face his wrath, but the headshot will connect, and Godchild will put that player out of his misery. Bomb now being planted. Stranger and Godchild on defending bomb duties. Some information will be gained off the fact that Stranger just deployed his utility, tries to swing out to get up there, but now Godchild, he's burdened with 2 players. He misses quite a few shots, and Shooter can immediately capitalize.
That's not...
Mystic, that is...
You simply can't miss shots like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
that is round after round.
And it's not just one player, it's both of these players. It seems like they're almost like kind of suffering from confidence issues, because there's no way you go from hitting those shots to not hitting those shots suddenly. Something has to be different, you know. And now, Shooter, you know, he was 1-7, and now he's brought himself back to the 2nd position on that scoreboard, having picked himself that operator. And against the Shooter operator, I'd bet they're quivering right now. 9-8, only one more round for them to even it out. And this is perhaps the 6th round in a row that Team Mystic have managed to win.
Get out of my way.
Now they're just using 2 players as prongs towards the B site just to try to bait out some information, potentially keep those rotations at bay as well. And you can see that Mystic did react favorably in the way that Salt wanted, but eventually the KO will be rotated out. As the attention starts shifting to the A site, Mystic, they've made the right read, they've brought the KO over. And the smoke is the only thing standing in between them, and some action will be renewed, courtesy of Hub. They're tossing one out. But that's also just allowed them to get a lot closer. 55 seconds on the clock. Butsob telegraphs his position. The utility is starting to come forward. Abdur, he's been spotted, which means they're going to be very heavily destined to go towards him. Shooter, though, he's being such a menace. He gets the wall bang, and he collapsed 3 players, gets the final one as well, and that is the ace for the man.
Yeah, that's...
You talked about the Shooter operator. Yeah. Okay, there you go.
I mean, but I didn't expect that though. And now 9-9. It, you know, a lot of nails go in the coffin, but, and I wouldn't want to say that's the last one, but I mean, King getting the ace, and now finally Shooter stepping up as well. Salt are in real trouble. I mean, now that Team Mystic are at full force, now that both King and Shooter are on the same page, both functioning in unison, it's going to be very difficult for Salt to make something happen. As they fight for mid control, they do have the buy, the Vandal and the Phantoms, with Butsob leading the fray in the smoke, but oh, he does reveal his position, having forced himself to go back. A Shooter is going to be an operator versus a Phantom, and Butsob will be able to get the best of him, clearing out that operator.
Yeah, Mystic with the immediate response to the push. They do manage to bring the numbers close together, but Salt have a very reasonable shot at getting their foot through the door as far as the A side is concerned. Beast. Kill from him makes things a lot easier. Storax still with a turret kill, a little bit unprecedented. And sticking around close to the action, but the lockdown's been destroyed, so one of the points of contention is already gone. King rallying up with a teammate now to get aggressive. Abdur will fall, and Salt, legitimate chance here. They could close out a round. Storax doesn't get a chance to connect through the smoke, and King will follow soon. 10-9. That sweet spot has been hit, but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, they conceded 6 rounds for that. But the good thing is that, you know, they did that right after Shooter got the ace. So as far as morale is concerned, it does seem like they have it together. It does seem that the pressure isn't getting to them. And they just need to get it going. You know, the problem is though, Shooter, he has himself another operator, and you need to be able to get him when he has the operator every single time. A Shooter will miss The op shot will go for it again and gets him through the smoke, punishing Batsahab. As Batsahab did kill him last round, but this time Shooter got the best of him. And without the jet available for Team Salt, without that dash ability to quickly take over a site, it's going to be very difficult for them to go in.
Yeah, Salt is sort of falling victim to some of the things that Mystic were doing earlier, where they turtled up, went a lot more passive on their attacker side. And that could be just what Mystic needs. They have gotten the first player off, and with this information being collected by Mystic, I think Salt do want to eventually aggress. Rotations have been brought forward. Spike situated around the Beast site, and this Fade ultimate is meant to distract the players, call the rotations over, but the lockdown from Killjoy pretty much telegraphs exactly what they're doing. Musab is not going to allow them to push into the site. And that's just a very, very haphazard play from Salt. You know, they've committed 2 ultimates to that Fade. Send the Fade ultimate towards the A site.
Yeah, that was...
Sorry, B site, and yeah, just...
2 ultimates expended. The Killjoy ultimate expended. The Killjoy ultimate is something that, you know, forces everyone out, but they force themselves out of the round. 10-10 now, and it doesn't seem... I mean, Team Mystic has just so much more economy than the Team Salt. I mean, you know, they're going to play till the end of the match with a full buy every single time. Meanwhile, Team Salt does not have that luxury. Team Salt, if they lose this round, it's gonna be it. They're gonna be playing the next round without any guns. As another timeout comes out, and Team Salt, they're going to have to figure something out. But you know, I love some of this rivalry that's coming out, you know. Shooter gets an ace, then Batsahab comes in, takes him out the next round, and then Shooter comes out the next round, takes him out. So it's constantly a back and forth, you know, and this match has always been a back and forth between these two sides, and that's really refreshing to see, because previously, in some of the previous tournaments that we've seen, Team Mystic, they come in and it's a one-sided affair towards all of their matchups, you know, and finally they have a contender that can go toe-to-toe with them.
I mean, you might be getting tongue-tied, but I think it's also the same case for Salt, where they're tripping up over their words, their actions, their mechanics. I think it was very important that you pointed out their morale at the start of around the pregame, actually, because it is going to be a big factor. Flashbang now to allow Beast to peek. Wants out of that nade. Yeah, Salt, they're trying to aggress the A side, but look how aggressively Mystic are postured. They've got KO looking right at them. Omen's got a one-way smoke going as well, so as they try to push in, it's just going to be incredibly difficult. Great flashbang, but Upthor's only able to capitalize with 1 second one comes through as well, but the KO doesn't want to stick around any longer. We realize that it's a bit of a lost cause. And now, if they do decide to go into the A side, they're going to be walking into 2 more rotating players and a Jet that's already watching the angle. Shooter would still go to the AWP, but he doesn't even need to do that because Musab's good for the 3rd kill, follows it up. Even if he doesn't get the 4th, he's already done the job. Shooter with a redemption shot and 11 rounds for Mystic.
They had a good entry point. I mean, there were only 2 players providing any sort of resistance against the 4 of Team Salt, but could not make it happen. And now they have no more economy to play with. They're forced to play 10 and 11 with pistols and hope that Batsahab can make something happen with that sniper. But it's so difficult. I think rather than buying Spectres, they're going to choose to play against Matchpoint with a full buy. Definitely the right decision in my mind. A Shooter gets the kill onto Stranger. But this round is all about Batsahab and what kind of damage he can deal. I mean, Okay, so it really doesn't matter either way because no matter how much damage you deal onto Team Mystic, they're going to come at you with a full buy next round anyway. Oh, I like this. We were talking about the rivalry, and now they're just looking at each other through the wall.
Yeah, about as close of a rivalry as it can get. Maybe a little bit favored for Shooter, to be honest, because Vatsal is going to have to be the one who peeks into the angle, and the barrel might betray him. Both missed by a pixel.
I have a feeling it's not over though.
That is true. Yeah, but Salt will just be backing off. The one point of negotiation they had was Gottschall tucked into the middle, and now they have to go into the B-side dry. They've only got pistols, they've got that scout as well.
Swarm going to be activated, but
Swarm grenade out.
Yeah, this Molly from KJ just makes it so much harder now. They just want to push into a site willy-nilly. What can you even do? Storax just gets a chance at a firing gallery. Okay, maybe I counted him out a little too early, but King, while he's on the defense, he will allow no transgressions. Mystic!
now
This
on game point.
Yeah, they were 9-3 at some point, and now they're sitting on 12. You talked about how getting that 10th round would be the confidence booster for Salt, but unfortunately it came, it was too little too late.
Yeah. I think King's left trigger is different. I mean, it seems that like all he does is press it and then people start dying.
Placing sentry.
It's almost as if he knows how to play Valorant. But yeah, last chance for Salt to still eke it out on a map they had a dominant start on. But Storax is not going to be leaving any prisoners. Add Shooter
Oh no, that's
to the list of captors as well.
2 down. Only 3 people remaining. The Omen does have the ultimate, but at what cost? Shooter operator up and running. Batsab is down. Team Salt, they were so close. And now,
Yeah, they honestly looked like the more dominant team almost.
by a fair margin, I mean, they won some of those rounds so confidently.
Final signs of life exhibiting from the side of Salt. Flashbang being primed from the KO as well. That's the headshot onto Musa. They're moving into Garden. They know that there's a chance here still. Shooter, though, he's making it so much harder onto the ace side. Shooter, he's got the ultimate ready. Dashes away as well, and as the spike goes down, Stranger's gonna have big responsibilities on his shoulders. Beast wants to play a little bit more aggressive. They can't let these players get into a comfortable 4v2. Stranger is peeking out. He spots ahead as well. And now a conversation can be had. It's still a 3 versus 2 up there. First man to fall. King falls as well. And Beast is doing such an excellent job. 4K for him to keep Salt in the game.
Yeah, and you know, I was talking about how I would like to see an overtime come out, and Beast, he has brought them to the point of overtime, to the brink of overtime rather. As Team Salt, they just need one more round to bring themselves back into the game. Again, it's going to be a full buy from Team Mystic. Beast providing them with some much needed breathing room.
This could be it. This could be it, Talha. You talked about wanting an overtime, right? Here it comes. And look at this. We might just be seeing Salt go in for a much more aggressive, much faster play. Balls to the wall, huddling around the smoke, but King is going to stop this Thorax with another one. Godchild is still trying to be responsive to the situation. The B-side is being taken care of. I love this from King. He is not going to... He's not going to budge. Shooter and King, both a kill apiece, and now in a 1 versus 3, there's very little that the final member can do, and Mystic are going to close it out by the smallest of margins. Team Mystic, all the way back, 3-9 to 13-11. How about it?
I mean, that was, you know, that was a sort of nail-biting matchup that we have been waiting for, you know, and we kind of expected that from these teams. You know, we kind of expected this to be a very close matchup, and it was kind of refreshing to see that come about, because not all the time do we see someone give Team Mystic this hard of a time, and Salt Esports were able to do just that. I mean, more than just that, actually. In the first half and some of those earlier rounds, you know, not counting the pistol round, even though the pistol round was an ace by King, something that you wouldn't expect, they looked like the dominant force. They looked like they were able to take those rounds in a very convincing fashion. It looked like they were able to get the better of Team Mystic. But, you know, this is where Team Mystic shines, right? Where they're forced to bring out with their strategy. We saw that, you know, they brought up that strategy, and then they immediately started doing super well. And it was the fact that Shooter is always able to pick himself up. I mean, I remember that he was 1-7 at one point, but then he came up with an ace on the operator, right? He came up with the second on the scoreboard. So when you have players that can show up, when you have players that don't get demoralized, then you really have an advantage in the sense that you can come up from an 8-round deficit, you can come up from a 6-round deficit and take the game from there.
Yeah, absolutely, and we get a chance to look at the highlights here as well. I think this is going to be a highlight reel that encompasses both of those squads, right? You saw some incredible kills from both teams. You saw King being amazing on the on the pistol. We saw a couple of really nice shots where you can see that right there on your screens. Buttsaw popping out of a smoke, getting away with 2 sheriff kills. So one thing I do want to point out is that Salt Esports, it felt like their performance dropped off as soon as they lost a pistol round that they should have won, right? Had that pistol round been secured, you know, you've got a 5v3, you get it, immediately off the back of that, you can get that 11th round. And once you get that kind of comfort, you're up 11-3, I think there's really nothing that even Team Mystic could have done about it. But unfortunately for them, the highlight reels go both ways, and yeah, Team Mystic, they were able to eke out a victory. But of course, there is going to be a lot more action, right, Thoha?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely hope so. I definitely hope that, you know, this Team Mystic, their favorite map is Ascent, their best map is Ascent apart from Icebox, and I'm hoping that the next map, which is probably going to be from Team Salt, I'm hoping that they can make a comeback in that round. I mean, we already see the potential. Beast, he played like an absolute madman, absolute legend in this game. He was able to get those kills, able to get those pickoffs. Butsahab showed up as well, able to get Shooter, right? I mean, Shooter got an ace, and right after that round, Butsahab took him out, right? So we do see that potential where both of those duelists can go toe-to-toe with each other. So Salt have it in them. They have the experience and expertise. The only concern is how hard their morale has been hit. So the only question is whether they choose to move forward with this loss or choose to stay right where they are. If they stay right where they are, you know, then they're going to stay in Pakistan and not in the grand finals. But, you know, I'm hoping that they can make a comeback.
Yeah, I would certainly hope so, right? Because we'd like to see a 3-map appearance, and I think that if this map had been a victory from Salt, they could have even potentially closed it out 2-0. But now their morale has been hit, right? Now they've got to take it to that 3rd map, nice and slow, one step at a time. And if Mystic were having any struggles whatsoever in terms of confidence after that 9-3, that comeback, that just takes them through the roof, right? That is just as big of a morale boost, confidence boost, whatever you want to call it. And you know, like Storax looked really comfortable when he was talking about it in the interview, right? But now, even if that was a bluff, now we can be sure that the confidence is there, their morale is going to be perfect, and heading into the 2nd map, I do think they are going to be favorites just because of the psychological aspect of the game. But incredible performance from Salt, regardless, just a few mishaps here and there that could have been cleaned up, but now they get a chance to get redemption on map number 2. Stay tuned, grab a Red Bull, we'll be right back.
सब एनिमीज को एक साथ नॉकआउट करना पड़ता है। जिसमें दम हो खुद को अनलीश करने का, वो हर चैलेंज को कॉन्कर करता है। जो सेट करते हैं अपने पैशन की टोन, वो खुद को अनलीश करके कहते हैं, ब्रिंग इट ऑन। तो फिर अब जीत ऑन रिपीट का नारा लगेगा, क्योंकि गेम बर्ड पर सिर्फ ई गेमिंग का डंका बजेगा। ये पैशन की टोन, यहाँ ई टूर्नामेंट्स और स्ट्रीमिंग का है सीन ऑन। सो विद गेम बर्ड, ब्रिंग इट ऑन। सब एनिमीज को एक साथ नॉकआउट करना पड़ता है। जिसमें दम हो खुद को अनलीश करने का, वो हर चैलेंज को कॉन्कर करता है। जो सेट करते हैं अपने पैशन की टोन, वो खुद को अनलीश करके कहते हैं ब्रिंग इट ऑन। तो फिर अब जीत ऑन रिपीट का नारा लगेगा, क्योंकि गेम बर्ड पर सिर्फ ई गेमिंग का डंका बजेगा। ये पैशन की टोन यहाँ ई टूर्नामेंट्स और स्ट्रीमिंग का है सीन ऑन। सो विद GameBird, bring it on.
Choose your agent. Finding match. Spike planted.
Welcome back, everybody. Talha, what was that? I mean, 3-9, and then we see a 13-11 comeback. I mean, what the hell is going on here? Salt, I mean, they had a marvelous game at the start, don't get me wrong, but watching the pistol round and then not being able to follow up after that, Mystic took full advantage of that. And now we're heading into map 2. Thoughts, predictions, feelings?
I mean, I can tell you the prediction based on past results. The prediction based on past results is that Salt does have a problem with morale, does struggle quite a bit to come back into the game, and that's a problem that we don't really see with Team Mystic. You know, when we saw Shooter struggle in the first round, 1-7, he came back to his original form. He came back to bring himself and his team back into the game from a 6-round deficit. And that's a big thing, right? And Salt botching those pistol rounds where it could have made all of the difference. You know, it was their game for the taking, and they simply missed out on that opportunity. They missed out on the opportunity to take it to overtime as well. So a lot of mistakes that can go to their head, but I'm hoping that it doesn't. I'm hoping that they can come back from it.
Yeah, we get a chance to see the agents select now. Second map coming up is Bind. Going to be interesting to see how their picks roll out. You can already see that the side of Salt, they've opted for that Viper, very common pick now. Fade as well. You pretty much can't go wrong with Viper on a lot of these maps, where dividing the bomb site is very important. So you can see exactly why they've gone for that kind of pick. And on the other side, any thoughts here, Talha?
I mean, Bind is, you know, it's probably one of the most staple maps in the Valorant. It's probably the most akin to a traditional FPS game that we have out there,
Yeah.
you know, where the strategy is more or less very orthodox, right? So in a team that caters to that orthodox strategy often comes out ahead. But one of the concerning factors here is that time and time again we have seen Team Mystic excel on this map, and in particular I'm talking about the fact that they simply do not allow anyone to come onto that A site. It's simply impossible to play against Team Mystic when they're up on the defending side. And the fact that Bind has some very interesting operator positions, right? Up on that heaven area, you give Shooter that operator and he is going to do wonders with it. So it's going to be interesting to see. But I also remember that Godchild also excels on this map. Back when he was with Team Arrow, you know, if you remember back in the Infinity Cup, Team Arrow were facing elimination, and Godchild, on the brink of elimination, he brought Team Arrow back by an ace. You know, he was down 1v5, and he still managed to come out with an ace. So Godchild knows how to play this map. He does very well in it. He performs very well under pressure as well, and that's really what is key. How well Salt performs under pressure. That's really going to be how this game goes. What defines how this game goes.
Absolutely. And you know what? I'm a little surprised by this video, to be honest. You know, heading into this game, heading into these semifinals, the finals, I honestly thought we were going to see a lot more teams try to have that surprise fracture pick, have that pearl pick, just to be able to eke out a victory in an unsuspecting fashion. But that's really not going to end up being the case. In fact, we're seeing quite the orthodox set of maps. We've seen we've seen Icebox, we've seen Bind, we've seen Ascent. So all across the board, just pretty standard OG maps of Valorant, like the original few maps that came out. But the good thing is, it's not like they're the old maps anymore in terms of the way they're played. There's been incredible differences just by virtue of the agents having been released. You know, you're seeing that fade meta towards Bind as well. It's so much easier to clear out angles with her utility. There are still some orthodox things in there. I think that Viper wall is always something that a lot of teams still tout as non-negotiable. Sky having been released, you know, her flashes can be very important to get onto a site. So it's not like it's the same Bind of days gone. No, now you can definitely have a chance to innovate, especially with Fade and Chamber having been released. Now you can suddenly have a map that can rely a lot more on in-the-moment mechanics. You know, Chamber can lock down a bomb site. He can have much more aggressive plays. On the other hand, you can clear out many more different areas with Fade that you previously had to hard clear, but now her utilities make it a lot easier. So I'm very interested in seeing how many teams are which of these teams is going to be leaning into that versus the teams that are going to try to play against the grain and try to play a little bit more orthodox. But I don't think either of these teams is going to want to play too orthodox here.
Yeah, but you know, I think the orthodox play doesn't work against Team Mystic, right? Because they're going to play, you know, I think what they do is they play run and gun. If it doesn't work, then they go for those strategies. And it's really going to be, you know, we saw last game that Team Salt forced out that strategy from Team Mystic, right? So that's always step one. Step one is always prove to Team Mystic that their run and gun strategy isn't going to work, and then prove to Mystic that you can out-strategize them. So if you're able to get through the first one, you know, preferably in the first phase or the first half of the game, and then you're able to play against the evolved form of Team Mystic, you know, I would think it's kind of akin to a Dragon Ball evolution. You know, the run and gun version would be the normal Saiyan, and then they go Super Saiyan. So if you're able to play against that Super Saiyan mode, then that's really going to be the key in how you win. And you do have the Viper single duelist on the side of Team Salt, so they need to make this work. They need to use the utility to their own advantage.
Absolutely, and into the game we go. We get a chance to see how it's going to unfold on a server. Apparently not immediately, but Talha, as for Salt Esports, they've botched an incredible chance at potentially closing out map number 1, right? They had a couple rounds where they could have closed it out. No cigar. Now they've got a chance to set things right. Eke it out on map number 2, take it to map 3, and defeat Team Mystic in dominating fashion, right? Even with the odds stacked against them. I think if there's any component about Salt being like psychologically weak in the sense that they can easily get their morale down, they can fight back against that idea. They can sort of defy that concept if they can take it to map number 3 and then dish out the domination.
Yeah, I think the key here is the fact that they should be going all out in order to make it to map number 3. I think that's really key here. Going out in this fashion, I mean, I kind of remember what happened last time around Salt Esports. They took it to 3 overtimes upon split against Team Mystic, and then when they came up on Bind, they lost 13-0. It was this map. So, you know, they can't allow something like that to happen again. That's just too demoralizing. And I think Team Salt, they have to learn from their mistakes. If you don't learn from your mistakes, then really you're just going to be repeating the same errors over and over again.
But I mean, you know, we're being a little too gloomy about Salt here. If anything, for me, they've gone above and beyond, because to begin with, I think they were the underdogs here, at least in terms of the average viewer's perception, right? Most people expected Salt to just go out without a bang. You know, this idea that that some of the top players have already been knocked out in the previous qualifiers, that would lead to a potential final that has less of a showing, but that wasn't the case at all. You know, super competitive from Salt, and if we can look at pessimistically and say, oh, Salt wasn't able to close out the first map, but if anything, we can also look at it from the other lens and sort of get with the idea that they put up a showing that was still above what we expected. So
Definitely.
definitely two ways to look at it, but we are now heading into the game to see how things are going to unfold on Bind. Mystic, of course, starting on the defender side because they did play the attack side previously. Now, that is a little troubling if you're Sol, because you don't want to be in the shoes that you were putting your opposition in the previous matchup. But yeah, this could be the final map, Talha.
I hope it isn't. I hope we go to game number 3. But really, it's going to be how Salt performs on this attacking side. Whether or not they're able to take control of the map, whether or not they're able to execute properly. As the wolf, the hound, the dog, whatever you want to call it, will go out in control of Godchild, will be able to provide some scouting. Oh, but the teleporter coming in handy, but there was someone waiting in a teleporter for him. And as soon as Stranger goes down, 2 players, Beast and Godchild, will fall as well. And now it's only down to 1 player, Batsahab. And there's not much he can do as either. Losing out on the pistol round in a very one-sided fashion.
Yeah, very comfortable pistol round here from Mystic, and the problem for me here is, what if that is the precedent they're setting, you know? They start on the defender's side, super comfortable pistol round. I would be very disheartened if we see a one-sided game here, though. I really want to see I really want to see Salt put up a difficult fight, one that really makes Mystic quiver, right?
And we were talking about unorthodox plays, and I think Team Mystic delivered on that. I mean, 1 player was waiting in the teleporter, certainly not something that you want to see. Just hiding out there in the corner. And now Abdur.
Yeah, pretty easy control here over towards the long area. Mystic just having no trouble cleaning things up. The janitorial duties have been called, and yeah,
now
Salt's
it's just down
not
to the Viper. In the showers, but the spike isn't in his control. It's all the way across the map. Only way there is to take the teleporter or go all the way around. But I do not think that King will allow it. He has an idea, and I don't think he's going to be moving his crosshair from there. As Darky, he is going to make his way right across there, and that's going to be a very comfortable headshot for him. As a 2-0 lead starts, things slowly moving out of hand. But this is where Team Salt have an advantage. You know, Team Mystic did buy those 3 Spectres in that second round, so they are going to be outgunned in this one, facing up against 2 Phantoms and 3 Vandals of Team Salt. And I mean, this is the crucial round, because this is where you build up your morale. This is where you prove to yourself that, you know, if you win this round, you can come back into the game. Shooter missing his shot.
Yeah, chance at a free pot shot, so it shouldn't really matter too much. Salt. Taking things slow. Want to slowly progress to the A-bomb site. Under crucial information being spotted, Godchild being the first one to aggress. Butsob also happy to add 1 more to the tally, but Mystic with 3 members, they are still not exactly out of the count. Being blocked by the smoke is going to be very problematic, but Storax is getting this flash ready. Butsob anticipating it will quickly nullify the action coming through. And Salt, they're already on track to put their first round on the board, so nice to see their immediate recovery.
Yeah, that was a nice execution coming out from them. They took control of the hookah side and the long side simultaneously, and then made their way on towards the side. They were patient with the retake attempt coming out from Team Mystic, allowed them to come inside and then take them out as well.
Now, interestingly enough, it's actually not very common the way Salt is setting up their playstyle, because normally you would see a lot of these lower tier teams just try to copy what the other teams are doing, right? So this is something that's actually holding true for Mystic. They're they're sort of just going with the chamber the chamber-centered composition that is very common. It was present at VCD Masters. It was present at Champs as well. So this is sort of just like adapting to the meta that other people have created. But Salt, on the other hand, they're sprinkling their own, well, for their namesake, Salt into the mix, and they've actually brought out an Omen. So everything else is pretty on board. I think it's quite common to see that Raze composition, which allows you to quickly sprint onto a bomb site, jump onto a bomb site, just as Salt did in the previous round. But other than that, there is a bit of variability in terms of what you expect from the international compositions versus the local ones.
Yeah, and again, Salt Esports trying to gain control of the hookah, but the boom bop will be taken out immediately. Trying to gain control of this B site, but it all starts with the hookah. As long as you are able to take control of that location, you have a chance, or a shot at least, to take control of the site itself. Both sides in a stalemate as of yet, but now things are going to get interesting as Godchild, he is going to make his way in. They have taken control of the long position. Shots being fired as Batsahab, he is going to fly in, will be able to take out Storax, but King will trade him out. Trades going left, right, and center, but Team Mystic coming out heavily on top. As Darky 2 will fall. Abdur, 3 kills to his name.
Yeah, thought for a second that Salt might have had a turnaround, some momentum being built up, but Mystic will quickly put that issue to bed. Very little money remaining now in the wallets of Salt. They will just be able to muster up a shotgun in there, maybe a Spectre, Stinger as well. But yeah, already looking a little too convincing for Mystic, if anything. Now, obviously Mystic haven't really gotten the chance to solidify their economy just yet, so that is always going to be within arm's reach, especially with how investment heavy the side of Mystic is, knowing that Shooter always wants to be equipped with that operator.
But now they're going to change things up a bit. Going to go towards that A side. The smokes are blocking them off, but it looks like they should be able to get that plant out. Beast is going to try and attempt for it. Stranger going to go in, but going to get traded out. Team Mystic, they're putting a stop to Team Salt. And with only one player remaining on the Omen, he too is going to fall. And a flawless coming out. This is what I was talking about. Taking that A site against Team Mystic is just so difficult. They allow you to come into the site and then they box you in, and before you know it, all your teammates are dead.
It's interesting because the choice to go for Omen, it does sort of put them in the spot where the smokes aren't going to be as swift and effective as Brimstone, right? But none of the other opportunities that Omen presents are really even coming to light because they're never actually in that position where they get to the site and comfortably get the bomb down. I think that could be a different case once they end up heading towards the defender side, but so far, not really paying dividends in terms of how Omen is playing out.
Yeah, and the Viper's Pit is deployed towards the A side, but meanwhile there's no one else there. 2 players are entering through the shower, and the Viper, it looks like he's going to make try to make some sort of exchange over here. He is going to find Darky, but Stranger will trade him out. Meanwhile, though, on the opposite side of the map, King, up on the Raze, will put a stop to them. He's chasing very aggressively on towards the opponent's side, and it looks like it's a bit of a cat and mouse chase happening over here. Storax getting another kill, now down to a 2v2. Except Team Salt, they're at a disadvantage as the Raze, he is going to be flanking them from the shower. And this is all going to come down to who sees the other first.
30 seconds left.
Oh yeah. Yeah, King is just salivating over the prospect of getting that kill, and with very...
Last player
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that just happened.
I mean, he knew with that rocket launcher, it did not matter as long as he got that fire off. And now a 5-1 lead. You know, it's troubling because it's bad enough letting a team come back from a 6-round deficit, but I don't see it imaginable for Salt to do the same thing that Team Mystic did last time around. It just seems like a very uphill battle. I think their next opportunity is going to be in the next half. Meanwhile, they need to salvage as many of these as they can. They have their own Viper Pit available. Perhaps use that to secure yourself around. And now we see that
Shooter is
shooter
just
operator.
not a big fan of leaving prisoners, I presume. Salt about to walk into the crosshairs of up there very soon, so just a matter of time before they start telegraphing their position. Here it comes though. Shooter's the bait there. Shooter will fall, but not really problematic because up there is immediately there for the recovery. Now, as they drop out of hookah, the player doesn't even have to challenge because there is an insurance policy waiting around the corner. Up there telegraphs his position. He did show himself there earlier, but now they know that he's postured aggressively to take that duel if they do end up pushing forward. 40 seconds on the clock. Salt, limited options. They've only got a stinger. They've got a pistol in the hands of Darky as well. They're feeling a little boxed in for good reason as well, since they don't even have the
30
spike.
seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Oh, Storax will be able to clean them both up. I mean, it was a pistol round, not too big of a deal. Managed to take the operator off of Shooter. That's certainly a win, but he's just gonna grab that again. And man, Team Salt, they're in trouble. 6-1, down 5 rounds. Going to call for a timeout to discuss some of their strategy and what can they exactly do to bring themselves back into the game. I think they need to disable Shooter with his operator somehow. I think they need to use the Omen and their smokes. You know, perhaps identify where Shooter is and then smoke that area out so that you at least have a chance to go onto the site. Right now, for the past 4 rounds that we've seen, they haven't been able to at least make their way onto the site. You know, the question of a retake hasn't even risen for the past 5 rounds.
I mean, it's good that they're taking a timeout, yes. Unfortunately, that also gives Mystic a bit of time to reset. They got that momentum going, you know, they're on a high note. It seems like they're on the highway to Brazil right now. So, maybe take a chance to chillax out for a second. I want to see how differently Salt play, though. Post-mental reset. I think we talked a fair bit about how their morale was down after the first half sort of falling apart, or the second half. You can see the Salt want to go for a much faster play this time around. They've committed quite a bit of utility to allow those long players to move into position, and with the Rolling Thunder, they want to move right in. Beast and Stranger, they get a kill apiece. Darky collecting one as well. Defensive Rolling Thunder doesn't actually end up working out as well as Musab intended. And a pretty nice cleanup coming through from Stranger as well.
Yeah, that was absolutely what they needed to do. You know, just swift action, disable Shooter, or avoid him like they did this time around, and just take control of the site before Team Mystic have a chance to respond. And they need to keep this momentum going. They can't let up. Perhaps it's time for them to use the Viper ultimate. You know, build up the momentum with a round securing ultimate. With the Viper ultimate, as long as you make it onto the site, as long as you have the spike planted, you can use it to secure yourself an easy round. The operator does not come in handy. And now that you're outgunning the other opponent like this, it should be a win for them. But as I say that, Team Mystic, they're able to take out 3 players of Team Salt. And with the Omen and the Sky both forced back, their positions both revealed. I mean, the smoke will buy them some time, but it doesn't look like they have anywhere to go, as the Viper from Team Mystic is going to flank them. The only question is whether or not he'll be able to make it there in time. Beast is being flanked right now, and he needs to be careful. both the Sky and Beast rather, and it looks like the Viper will come on to the Sky over here. Abdur will take him out. Godchild down, Spike down as well. And with the Spike down, all players will descend onto that location, but it looks like they won't be needed as Abdur is going to take out Beast. 7-2 now, 5-round lead, with Team Mystic having their own Viper ultimate up. Certainly going to deploy it at the start of the round. I mean, it's standard procedure as far as bind goes. You force out or use the Viper ultimate at the start of the round, and the other team is forced to go to another location, essentially depriving them of an access point.
Third round for Salt, and then a 4-round break before they can make their presence known on the server once again. Just not really catching too many breaks here, Talha. And with this Viper's Pit already being deployed, before the round even really starts, Salt is just going to feel very, very suffocated. And I love how aggressive Mystic are willing to get. You know, they've got Viper pushing in towards the A side. They've got 2 players pushing in over here as well. Into the teleporter goes Storax. And he wants to get as aggressive as possible to make this suffocating. But this is going to backfire because Stranger is able to clean up too. Now Musab does not want to pop out of this teleporter because he realizes that he's in a prime position to continue to dish out the damage. And he will be left unchecked. 2 for him. And it comes down to just that 2 versus 2. Mystic far away from where the bomb is being planted, but at the very least the teleporter is going to allow them to get closer. Now Chamber, first one in the action. He's got more HP as well. And Musab wants to join soon as well. Shooter, it's really just going to come down to the aim of a man that is known for the op, but he's just as good with a rifle. Ultimate knocks him out of position. Musab for the third. Dart is good for the first, but he just can't quite close it out.
Musab, 4 kills. And that Brimstone ultimate, man, and forced them out. Perfect usage of that utility.
I love how it was centered as well, right? It wasn't targeting one specific area. It was just trying to clear out the back of the site in sort of a more general manner, so that they would never have to be in the position where they have to sort of check the most difficult angle in that instance. You know, checking the door is a lot easier in terms of crosshair placement. Checking the elbow position is also a lot easier, but checking the back of the site, you know, the verticality of your vision in that instance just makes it so difficult if somebody tries to peek out by strafing backwards. So clearing that out, beautiful utility usage there in terms of the ultimate. Now, Mystic going 8-2. Talha, I'm not gonna lie. I really wanted to see more from Salt here. I do think we are gonna see a much better defender side, to be perfectly honest. But knowing that this is the grand finals, knowing that they've watched the first map, I do want this to continue to be a hard-fought battle. But map number 2 simply hasn't been.
They're going to have to start from a 9-2 position because they do have 3 sheriffs. Not much they can do with this. Get a few pickoffs maybe, but other than that, you know. But actually, they're doing a pretty good job. Godchild having that kill onto Musab. Team Mystic 2 down. They have the control of the A side. Sky expending his ultimate over here. Storax getting that kill onto Batsahab. But they have control of this side. Darky finding that kill onto Storax. Now a 3v2 position. They have managed to pick up themselves up that gun. Shooter going to find that kill. But now the spike plant finally comes out. But now okay.
A little horrifying the way the way the Shooter popped up with with the pocket cannon.
Yeah, I couldn't even complete my narration of the round. 9-2 now.
Last round before the switch.
The last round, and I mean, Team Salt, they haven't used the Viper ultimate even once in this game.
Yeah, just an all-around disaster for Salt, honestly. About as one-sided as it gets. A couple rounds thrown in the mix, but ooh, Mystic, they are just running amok right now. And contested for the last round. A 10-2 finish would pretty much guarantee that Mystic get past that finish line. I mean, all that confidence that Storax was showcasing, it makes a lot more sense now in the context of things. But Salt, they want to go out with a bang here. First opening from Batsahab, immediately drops down, but King is good for the collection on the first kill. And King, even though he's being flashed out of his mind, he's still able to get one and the headshot through the collateral as well. Now Salt, They had the numbers advantage for just a moment, but it's immediately brought back. Shooter, he's getting kill after kill. He's making this look swift. He says, you want to play? I do not have time to play. I have to go home now.
Now 10-2. Now it's... I mean, playing against an 8-round deficit, starting the second half when the other team is on those double digits, only 2 rounds to spare. I mean, they have to win the pistol round because there's no other way about it. You lose the pistol round, then you're going to be playing against match point, and it's almost impossible to win against Team Mystic if you're in that position. So this first round is going to be absolutely crucial for them.
Yeah, now on the attacker side, Mystic. I really want to see something different from Salt, right? I mean, I want that defender side to be completely different. I want there to be a comeback. I want them to replicate what Mystic was able to do on the previous map. But if numbers keep getting delivered by Mystic in that fashion, I don't think we'll get a chance to see that that parallel universe.
Oh, in Team Salt, they're choosing to rotate all over the B side. But Team Mystic, they're choosing to stick to their position. Not sure where they want to go just yet. They can choose to go either side. Perhaps they're waiting for the Viper Wall to go up. Sky Flash not really catching anyone. And now, if they choose to go on towards the A side, the only point of resistance would be the raise in the lamps, but...
Yeah, Butsob is going to have a task and a half if they do end up deciding to go towards A, but in the nick of time, in the last moment, I think they contemplated going towards B, but they've wasted a lot of time here. Up there, though, he will nip this problem in the bud. It's actually Shooter to end Butsob's life there, but now the retake is starting to come in. 2 versus 4. Salt is looking like they're out of contention here as Up there manages to collect another. Stranger falls. And just the Omen remaining. Yeah, Beast is just caught out in the open. Not a damn thing he can do, which means that Musab can collect his 3rd kill. Pretty close to the finish line now, though, huh?
Pretty close to the finish line, just... It's not how I expected Salt to go out. Having to face up against the Spectres, Shooter with the Vandal, I mean... You know, they're going to go for that force buy because I think they're realizing it as well. It's now or never. You can't really play against a match point in this sort of condition.
Team Mystic, they can almost taste it. The trip to Brazil to face off against some of the best students in the world. Darky taking quite a bit of damage there, does manage to get aggressive. Realizes that he doesn't have much of a fighting chance, so he will commit his life to that kill. Few signs of life being shown early on. Mystic, the round lead just puts them in such a commanding position right now. They've even left the bomb all the way back just to allow them to get just to explore around the map a little bit. But their exploratory measures end up in disaster because Salt, on either side of the map, they get a kill apiece.
Team Mystic, they're choosing to play this one very slow.
I mean, it makes sense, right? They weren't able to get anything off the back of their initial 2 pushes. So this is just going to be as haphazard as it gets. Into the A side they go. Shooter's good for the first kill. Beast is not going to allow that spike to cross over, which was going to be that 1 point of contention. And with the elbow being spotted, Shooter does not stand a chance in the showers. Thorax still trying to make himself problematic, just try to drop some weapons, but with only 10 seconds on the clock, that is probably, well, I mean, that is already a package deal. think if he had a little bit more time there, that there was a chance.
Yeah, definitely. But you know that round should not have been as close as it was. But you know now it's 11-3. Now, I mean they do have a shot as long as it does not reach match point. They can make something happen. The problem is that Team Mystic, they have a Viper available. They have the Viper ultimate. They have the Brimstone ultimate as well. Sooner or later, they're going to receive it, or they're going to get it. If from nothing else than the ability orbs that are available in the map. As Team Mystic, they're going to go towards the A site again. Shooter in the showers, forced to back away. He did sustain quite a bit of damage over there.
I'm kind of surprised that he even manages to get away in that instance. But yeah, courtesy of the Viper wall, they are slowly teetering towards this A site. The Haunt catches a fair bit of information. Shooter tries to double down with his cannon, but Butsob is good for the first couple of kills. And I mean, with just the pistols, there's not really too much you can expect, but Upner's quite happy that he can net a kill and put that one in his back pocket. Darky gets caught out in the open. And this nade is going to eliminate Storax from the server.
Oh, teleport's coming out. Did they have the spike? I believe they do. It's with the raise. Going to go towards B side.
Oh, good,
they have
good
an opportunity to plant the spike as the rest of the team of Team Salt, they're not on the side. The Omen and Godchild both tucked away in the tunnel near the CT spawn. One of them is going to fall. Godchild is having a bit of trouble here.
Oh yeah, this could still be something done by Mystic. Butsob, he's good for the 4th kill, but is that going to be enough for Salt? Upner doesn't quite bring it over the finish line, but man, that got really dangerous for Salt. Butsob had to get 4 kills there and still have a panic attack.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw the last round being close as well, and the problem is that this isn't really all that good for your economy. Sure, you do win on those rounds, but the rest of your team, they still have to go for that full buy. And you're always in the position where if you lose the round after that, then you don't have a buy anymore. So in the scenario where Salt ever lose out on a round and they're going for that full buy, then they're going to be playing against match point without any buy whatsoever.
Bit of aggression being shown around the showers area, but from Butsob, he realizes that he must suffocate the enemy in this instance. You know, this is a perfectly timed rocket as well, is good for the first, but Shooter narrowly escapes within an inch of his life, and Showers has been taken control of, but for the price of 1 life. Butsob goes for second servings, and he does manage to collect Shooter. And his position is crucial because he's playing right around the smokes as they start to push in. King will come around the corner. There it is, the kill on Butsob. Equalizes the numbers, and Mystic once again playing off of the deficit. Salt are doing such an incredible job at keeping this numbers closer. They still want a chance. They still want to stick on to their tournament life, and they want to do it with a margin. Going for the defuse now. Stranger must be protected at all costs, but this ultimate is going to prevent this. Godchild peeks out, Upner falls, and now there's only 1 man remaining. Musab, there's not a damn thing he can do when there's a smoke. There's 2 players and a man on the defuse.
Will manage to take one out, but Salt Esports, they're slowly but surely making a comeback into this game. Up 5 rounds now.
There's sort of something I was talking about in the pregame as well, right? Because the defender side would have just allowed Salt to build that kind of morale, sort of bolster their confidence heading into the game. And the fact that they've been able to keep it up after switching over as well with such a big deficit, that's definitely something they can pat themselves on the back about. But the job is not done just yet. You know, you've got 3 rounds. You've gotten the economy of Mystic down to just those pistols, those stingers, shotgun maybe in there. But if they can continue to deliver on that front, this could very well be a comeback that is actually materialized.
Yeah, and Team Mystic, oh, they're going to get flanked from the tunnel. And they're going to heavily pay for this as Butsob and the rest of team. So they're going to clean them all up. Shooter finding the kill onto Butsob, but it's now a 1v2.
I have the spike.
Yeah, it could have been a little bit more for Shooter there, but unfortunately for him, Darky puts an end to the madness.
It was
Salt?
interesting how
Yeah, go
you know
on.
how both those teams chose to make that play. I mean, 4 players towards the shower, and then from Team Salt, the tunnel. It was
Yeah. Suddenly turned into a derby that we definitely did not expect. But now back to the weaponry for the stronger squad, going 11-6 right now. But if they lose their rifles here, Dalha, suddenly we see a chance for Salt to snowball psychologically and potentially put a map on the board. That would still not mean that the game is over. They would still have to get map number 3. So from that perspective, I think Mystics still have some life insurance here. But if they end up losing map number 2 after being up 10-2, that could even bring down the morale, the confidence of someone like Storax, of someone like Team Mystic, that felt so damn confident in their abilities.
Yeah, and the question is though, how well will Salt play against the Viper ultimate? Because it's going to come out sooner or later, and that's a very difficult ultimate to play against. So, and the only way you can play against it when the Viper is on the attacking side is if you prevent the spike from being planted in the first place, and that's really going to be what's key.
Yeah, now the problem is that Mystic are playing this very slow style of play because they realize they don't actually need to rush in too quickly because they've got 4 different ultimates. If they can play their cards right, this is pretty much a guaranteed round. And look at King, he is getting exploratory, and Dora manages to get pretty far, but she eventually gets taken care of. Storax, kill onto Butsob, Spike now being planted, and Mystic, they've come out on top in the numbers. It's going to be such a difficult battle here for Salt. The Viper ultimate, as you mentioned, is being such a travesty for Salt. And Mystic, they've gotten to match and map point.
Match point.
Yeah, and this is troubling because Team Salt, they don't have a full buy available. You know, the players that do have the assault rifles, they don't have the full, they don't have the armor. 2 light armors, 2 full armors, and Butsahab with no armor at all against the Phantoms and Vandals of Team Mystic. But now the Viper pit has been extended, so it's going to be quite some time since that is going to come back up.
You can tell that the pressure is building up for Salt. This could be the final round for them. No more chances at mistakes. Mystic, they want to close it out right here, right now. That was a marvelous comeback on map number 1. And they want to cement their dominance with a 2-0 defeat. Just one aggressive member that is watching this long area. The utility coming out from Fade is trying to stop this madness. Beast and Stranger, they're good for 3 kills, which means that Mystic now down in terms of numbers, and a chance for Salt to continue to fight for their tournament life. Stranger coming out. Shooter, good for 2. He could end it right here, and what a way it would be, but Darky will put an end to the madness. A 5-round deficit now, but Salt will hold on by the skin of their nails.
Yeah, and now for Salt, their Viper pit is up as well. They need to expand it as soon as the round starts, and I think they're going to do just that towards the A side. So in all likelihood, Team Mystic are going to choose to go towards B side. But now, we see something that we don't usually see. King calling a timeout for them, trying to figure out some things. And it's interesting to see, you know, a timeout coming out when they're already on match point. All they need to do is win 1 round.
I really like this. I really like it when teams go for a preemptive timeout. You know, you're not going to wait for the bomb to go off before you call in the emergency services, right? You're not going to call the bomb defusal group then. Instead, you know, you've got that 5-round lead. Take a chill, take a step back, and before it really culminates into too much of a problem, you get a chance to air things out, have a talk with your teammates, and potentially stop a budding comeback.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not impossible though. You know, the comeback that we're talking about, it's only 5 rounds, and they've won 5 rounds in a row when a Team Mystic was at 11 rounds. But Team Salt choosing not to expand that Viper's pit, I would say that's it's that bit questionable, but
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh my goodness. I love how aggressive Buttsaw's been getting over towards Shower's position. He's consistently found so much space for Salt, and I think some of the reason they've even been able to come back into this game or even have a fighting chance is just off of the fact that Butsaw continues to apply the pressure. Granted, this wasn't a lot of money for Mystic to play off of, but still. Respectable stuff from Butsaw.
definitely. I mean, you should still expect to see like 1 or 2 kills come out, even if you are on an eco. And the fact that you don't get that, you know, that's all the more room for Team Salt to play with.
Remaining.
That crouch.
The curse crouch. And yeah, that of course isn't really much of a round that Mystic can do too much about. It's just a matter of taking the damage now. And Salt, potentially only 4 rounds away from making this contestable, right? You head on over to overtime, things reset, you've got a boatload of money. Suddenly, things are going to look a lot more doable. And with some of these players on the Mystic side slowing down as well, Storax in particular, this is very well a fighting chance for Salt, but now they need to start firing on all cylinders. You know, Beast in the previous map, he was staying true to his namesake, just being an absolute menace, doing such a good job of holding sides down all by his lonesome, and we're going to need to see some of that action once again. But Sob, once again, contesting Showers, but this time around is not going to be with his presence. It will be with his utility. The Boombot allows him to get a fair bit of information. Dog sent out. There is information available for the attacker side as well. But Sob wants to move in with his ultimate, and that has exposed him. Just a chance to back off. Switching over to the rifle. He's good for 1, but in the meantime, his teammate's been taken over. And this is going to be as chaotic of a fight as it gets because the defenders are here. There's only 1 rotator that's still on the B site. All of the players from Mystic are about to walk into madness. Thorax good for the first as the utility starts to fade out. This is going to get very chaotic, a little messy for every single player as they are playing very close in proximity, but there's still no kills to be found. Now, they've switched up their route. They've recalibrated their prospects, and instead, now they're heading over to the B site where the bomb will be planted. There's still a player tucked in towards long. Beast will keep them at bay. The numbers are brought closer in contention, but now it's time for the retake. Shot from the side. Storax is stepping up. Musa will get a kill as well, and all of a sudden, it's going to be a clean sweep from Mystic on the retake. No chance at all for them to bring it all together, and these are the champions that will be taking us to Brazil.
Well, taking themselves to Brazil. We're not going to Brazil. We're
Hey
staying
man,
here.
they're representing Pakistan, so.
Yeah, of course. But I'm at least glad to see Salt. You know, when the first half ended, I kind of thought that it would be very one-sided. You know, they had only won 1 round, but they didn't manage to come up with a comeback, right? And sure, they didn't take game number 2 and they didn't take it to a game number 3, but they did quite better than what I was expecting given the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Salt definitely didn't have great prospects in the first half. It really all fell apart. And you know what? Part of me is wondering, what would have happened if we started them on the defender side, right? I mean, granted, they already got the advantage of playing the defender side in the previous map, but I think their morale, just their general composure on the map looked way better when they were playing on the defender side. So part of that question is always going to remain unanswered. But honestly, man, amazing game from Mystic throughout. They've shown us exactly why they're the dominant force, exactly why they're going to be the representatives of Pakistan in Brazil against thousands of students in the international finals.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, in both of these games, it came down to, you know, 1 or 2 things that cost Salt the game. In the first map, it was both of the pistol rounds that they had lost. You know, if they had won those, then potentially they would have been in a much better position to win the overall game. And in this one, it was, you know, like you mentioned. So it often comes down to those 1 or 2 things that, you know, cost you the game. And at a level like this, it's, you know, it's a small mistake that becomes unforgivable. You know, it's a small mistake that costs you the entire game. And for Salt, it was, you know, a bit of some bad luck.
Yeah, we're gonna get a chance to roll the highlights as well to see how the action unfolded. Now, it was a highlight reel all across the board, right?
Yeah.
We had so many nice kills from Butsob. We had so many different pushes. We had amazing control from either squad, especially the defender side, right? Both teams showed incredible promise, but at the end of the day, there were a few more highlights there that came out from Team Mystic, which will allow them to push themselves over the edge. Now, still, I'll be honest, Salt had an incredible game. Heading into a tournament like this one, where the best players are going to battle it out in the final few maps, in the final stage of the tournament, just to get a chance to go international, you would expect Salt to not be able to put as much of a competition against Mystic as people were previously anticipating, because a lot of the top dogs were knocked out in the earlier qualifiers, right? I mean, best of one, it can be very hectic,
Yeah.
it can be very difficult to wrap your head around, even if you're a really amazing team. So, Salt, you know what? They've satisfied me to quite some degree with their kind of performance. You know, 13 and 11 on the first map. They actually had us shaking in our chairs for a second. We're like, wait a minute, is Mystic going to get destroyed in a landslide fashion on the first map? Granted, they weren't able to close it out, but still, amazing map on the first one and a great second half on map number 2 as well.
Definitely. And, you know, as far as the rain goes, it doesn't seem like Shooter's crew, it doesn't seem like Team Mystic, you know, their throne it's going anywhere anytime soon. You know, time and time again, they have proven themselves to be the best in the Valorant scene in the country, and it looks like they are going to retain their title once again. And I don't know how much rust their throne has accumulated in all of this time. I think it's been 3 years or 2 years since the Valorant scene has started, and they have been consistently been at the very top. And I'm hoping, you know, I think they're the 26th best team in the Southeast Asian region, right? They compete against some of the best in India, and I'm hoping that this team, when they represent the country in the international stage in Brazil, I'm hoping that they can actually come up with a performance that makes us all proud.
Absolutely. And you know what? For really, really deserving players, you know, like you mentioned, being at the top of the scene for 2 years, a couple of these players finally getting a chance to go international after being knocked out in the last Red Bull Campus Clutch. So, quick recap for everyone tuning in at home. 2 of the players in this roster have already gone international in the previous iteration of Red Bull Campus Clutch. They went to Spain to battle it out against international students, and they performed internationally. So, two of these guys. The other 2 guys that didn't actually qualify were knocked out by half of their current team. So this is the first time that Shooter and Storax, after being knocked out the last time, they're going to get a chance to qualify for the international stage as well for the Red Bull Campus Clutch Global Finals. And as far as the final player is concerned, King, he is one of the youngest talents in Pakistan, and I believe the youngest talent ever to within FPS titles at the very least. I'm not too sure about the other titles, to go international and play at a stage like that. So amazing storylines here, you know. Shooter and Storax, they've got the redemption arc. You've got Musab and Shaka, who get a second chance to play in the global finals. King with his professional debut at the international stage. So we are going to be heading into an interview with Storax now to see how he's feeling about getting that ticket to Brazil. Apparently not. Just not yet. Not sure if the observer can hear me. Okay, there we go. There we go. Took you long enough. We're going to be heading straight into the interview. Yes, okay. Storax, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
All
Hello?
right, so heading into this into this final match, you know, there were quite a few question marks, especially after that first map performance. I mean, how are you feeling knowing that you finally got this out of the way now?
I mean, the job's halfway done, and I think we as a team should start preparing for the international stage and perform better than last year.
Oh, that's a great mindset to have, just knowing that you have to go straight back to the drawing board, just going to the event isn't enough. You have to perform there as well. But you know what, Storax, I'm really interested in your specific storyline as well. Because, last year you got knocked out, you weren't able to make it to the global finals. So how does it feel knowing that your redemption arc has finally come to fruition?
I mean, it feels great, dude. Like the devastation I had last year. This time I worked 10 times more harder. Our team worked like all day and night, and it doesn't show because we're always acting cocky and stuff. But we do work hard behind the scenes, and I think it showed.
All right, so, I mean, you're feeling amazing right now. You've made it to, you've made it to the global finals and all that. Do you have anything to say for the fans that have been supporting you for basically years now? I mean, I think you've been at the top of the scene for a couple of years almost.
Yes, I have like a very special message to share is that the Pakistani Valorant community, we need to go way far ahead from where we are right now, and to do that, it's not just the players, it's everyone who needs to like come together and make the scene grow. It's if we like the players need to play good, there needs to be a good viewership, there needs to be good production. Like we can't blame it on the TO and just sit back. So my message for my fans are that keep supporting us, and I hope to make you proud in Brazil. Vamos!
That's a wonderful message to have. Now, of course, congratulations on your victory, Storax. Congratulations to all your team members as well. I mean, just incredible storylines all across the board. King's storyline is great. Abdur Musa, Shooter, Storax. Shooter was in the same boat as Storax the last time when he wasn't able to make it to the finals. So congratulations and good luck on your trip, on your adventures in Brazil.
Thank you.
Well, Taha, it's been an amazing day. Some really good matchups.
Yeah.
A little one-sided on the last one, but I'm really glad they saved the show there with their little comeback. I think we started quivering a little bit. I think they did make us a little nervous, but I think it's time for us to close the show. So any closing thoughts here, Taha?
I think I wish the very best of luck to Shooter and his crew, to Team Mystic. I hope that, I think they've already made me proud. However they do on the international stage is good. It's going to make me even prouder. But I think the baseline, having qualified for the event, having just demonstrated some of their performance, has already made me happy and content with how they are as a team. And I'm particularly delighted, being the best requires a lot of hard work, and you need to take it very seriously. So I'm really glad that they're putting in the work, making sure that they are going to be performing the best that they can when they go to Brazil.
Absolutely. Now, of course, it is time for us to close the show. Thank you all for tuning in, and once again, big shout out to Red Bull for making all of this happen. The fact that there's this massive tournament that allows so many different countries to participate on the global level, and obviously a great opportunity for university students as well. And as for this live stream in particular, shout out to GameBird for making it happen. This would not be possible without the guys over at GameBird, and shout out to SteelSeries for being our sponsor as well. So thank you all for tuning in. It was a wonderful stream. Thank you for joining me, Talha. And for today, we'll bid you goodbye.
सब एनिमीज को एक साथ नॉकआउट करना पड़ता है। जिसमें दम हो खुद को अनलीश करने का, वो हर चैलेंज को कॉन्कर करता है। जो सेट करते हैं अपने पैशन की टोन, वो खुद को अनलीश करके कहते हैं ब्रिंग इट ऑन। तो फिर अब जीत ऑन रिपीट का नारा लगेगा, क्योंकि गेमबर्ड पर सिर्फ ई गेमिंग का डंका बजेगा। ये पैशन की टोन, यहाँ ई टूर्नामेंट्स और स्ट्रीमिंग का है सीन ऑन। सो विद गेमबर्ड, ब्रिंग इट ऑन।
Choose Binding match. Spike planted.
Out like oh my lord, when I roll out with all my dogs, every man hench and every man lord, man I speed up, man I go hard, when I roll out like oh my lord, when I roll out with all my dogs, every man hench and every man lord. We push it, work, 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 work. We push it, work, work.